They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible, all with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks.
everyone, and welcome to another beautiful Saturday here at the AAA Challenger Series. My name is Lisa Jolly Malhouse, and I will be your host. But of course, as you know, I can't do all of this fun stuff by myself. I gotta have some friends to bring along with me, so I have got today to start Lemon Kiwi and Danger Taco. And respectively, I'm gonna ask you guys, how are y'all doing today?
Great. Early morning, but early action for Rocket League. We got so many amazing teams showing up today, and even some roster changes happening at the last minute. All the talent, we're all excited to see what kind of shakeups are happening in the scene. And no jokes, I know April Fool's was yesterday, but this is no laughing matter. This is serious business.
I think that's the main thing I'm looking forward to, seeing all the new rosters out there. And yeah, as Elvin said, very much strictly business, because this is not only just like, oh, these are fun scrims, you can kind of try out the new roster. You're getting thrown right in the fire right away because you're in a tournament with a Swiss, with stakes to be able to get into day 2 and get those juicy qualification points for later events, as we know that championship, that $35,000 tournament coming up in the near future. So I'm really excited to see if these new rosters can stand up.
I mean, hey, when we're talking about $19,000 being on the line for a first-place team, that's absolutely massive. I don't care if you mostly watch RLCS, but this is something you got to tune into. We do have a few matches set up for today, though. Of course, we have the A stream here. We do have the B stream, which we'll tune you guys in on. But let's take a quick look at what we have set up in the first 4, at least, for what we're going to start with. There we go. Number 1 for this series, and these are all going to be best of 5s, of course. 26 Rising versus Torrent, Shopify Rebellion versus Light Gaming, Soniqs versus Farmville, and unfortunately for us, we just got confirmation actually that Farmville is not going to be part of this today, so Soniqs automatically wins this one out in a 3-0. And then last one for at least the first 4 is going to be Xset versus Flash of Brilliance. We can also take a quick look at the games that are actually going to be occurring on the B stream as well. That way, if you guys have any prioritization that you want to run through, in case you want to check out Accelerate, they're going to be playing against randoms. Of course, you can see Ghost Gaming, Manzana, they have won first place in one of our previous events here. NXT versus Gentleman, and then Sup versus All Mid. Of course, we've had 3 events before today, and this is our first Challenger, the super event that we've got going on. So still several $1,000s here on the line for today. And, you know, like Danger Taco was talking about, we do have a Swiss bracket format coming up on this one, too. So those of you who watch RLCS, hopefully you are familiar with the Swiss bracket. If you're not, I can do a little bit of a breakdown here. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the matchup, at least in terms of the rosters for today's series, starting on this A stream. 26 Rising and Torrent. I'm going to first pass it off to Lemon Kiwi. You tell me what you're looking for in this setup, and maybe any particular players also that stand out to you here.
Hey, yo, Torrent is looking like the better team in this matchup. I don't know, by a long shot, 26 Rising, at least the last time I casted them, it was under a different name, because I specifically remember talking about Tito's and Friends and how it sounds like an awesome weekend, and I don't think they ended up having an awesome tournament, but they got far enough, and they stuck in my memory, which is a good thing. But Torrent, I know we were all talking into the back room, especially Taco, you were telling me about how this was one of the stronger teams coming in, but with the new roster, it's a big question mark, right?
I think it's a tough thing because 26 Rising, as you mentioned, I mean, I actually cast one of them in the previous match. I think actually as they played up against Torrent, and I'm like, oh, this should be interesting. And then they actually had to summon a player, and they were having connection issues, and they were not able to actually compete. So now that they're actually, hopefully, at full power, the internet bill has been paid, and they're not being really held hostage by the ISP. Hopefully that'll be more competitive, but yes, Torrent is still more of a favored team, I would say. They won one of the Challenger events earlier on in this AAA Challenger Series season, I suppose. But
the second one.
Yeah, with number 2, and that was with Jordan on the roster, who recently has departed, and instead Dapper will be kind of sliding in. So Dapper's still a great player, obviously. He's been around RLCS for a while, typically as a sub, so I don't know. Every time he's swapping a new player, it's hard for me to like fully be behind them, but I have to agree with Lemon that I do think they still have the skill to be able to edge out this matchup.
Yeah, and I got to sit down and talk. There will be some interviews happening throughout this one. I got to sit down and talk to Magic Bear, and when we're talking about confidence within the team, he has that. So definitely at least that moral backing for Torrent moving forward as well. But you know what, really quickly before we actually pass things off, because we are setting that game at number 1 up here, and again, best of 5s, let's take a quick look at the Swiss bracket, the visual itself. And that way I can kind of break down exactly how this is going to work out for some of those people that are less familiar with the Swiss bracket. Essentially, first to 3, either wins or losses is going to be taken down. Either moving on if you have 3 wins. If you lose 3, you are immediately eliminated. The top 8 teams are going to be moving forward to a 12 bracket tomorrow, including the top 2 teams in the Winter RLCS Major, and then also the top teams in our previous events. So, each team is going to face off against, not every single team, but they're not going to face off against another team twice. It's going to start out after the series number 1. All of the 1-0 teams will face other 1-0 teams, and the 0-1 teams will face other 0-1 teams. So basically kind of matching up these, the performances of these teams to move forward here. But like I said, 3 losses in total series, and you are out. So we're getting rid of half of the teams today, which is definitely a big number that we're looking at here. And I do believe now, hopefully, we have our game number 1 set up. I'm going to check in with that really quickly just to see if maybe... Oh, we're still waiting on... We're waiting on a team. I almost called them out. I'm not going to call them out, okay? It happens pretty often, so we're still testing the lobby out here. Are there any particular teams, though? I guess we were talking about, some of our top teams in the overall of what we're looking at today. This time, I'll start with Danger Taco. What are some of your top teams? You don't have to give me top 3, but somewhere around that of what we have lined up for the day that you're anticipating moving forward.
I mean, a Shopify Rebellion is a team that has, yes, also just swapped in a new player. I don't know if I want to spoil that yet, but if everyone's been on Twitter, you'll find out that it's Jordan. So necessarily that is a player that we might be able to look out for. However, I am a huge fan of Ghost Gaming. I was able to commentate them playing off against Rogue in Team Liquid's recent Hercules Tire Invitational, and they came in second, but they looked so incredibly good. They have Hoxer getting into the lineup alongside Lion Blaze and Shock, and honestly, they're probably my favorite, but the best part about this type of tournament is that all these teams are pretty competitive, and I think these matches should be very interesting to determine who's actually going to be able to count on top, but at least those 2 for me have to be really high up there, though I'll give some love over to the randoms. It's a name that sounds like it's just a random pickup team, but they're actually incredibly disgusting players who've been running a lot of tournaments lately.
Yeah, I think if I had one team that I'm watching out for, is probably going to be Accru. So that consists of Astro, Oath, and Fifi. And Accru also won the 3rd AAA Challenger Series event over teams like NXT, Gentlemen, EXE, others. So Accru, I think, is a heavy favorite. And we are promoting 8 teams to tomorrow. So I would say it's a pretty solid chance that the strongest, the top 8 favorites like Oxygen, Shopify, Accru, Ghost, Torrent, X8, United, Manzana. At least those are like, if I had to pick a top 8 that I'm pretty confident in, but it's Swiss format and anything can happen. It's a test of resilience.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised that you guys didn't include Oxygen. I know you just touched on them right there at the end of the Liquipedia, so I'm glad you at least mentioned them. Oxygen, for me, I mean, it's tough, but I gotta say Oxygen, Accru, Torrent, Shopify, probably the 4 that I'm looking at that will likely take those top 4 spots, but I did hear that the lobbies are ready, so no more predicting, no more anticipating things while looking at our faces. I'm gonna pass it over to Lemon Kiwi and Danger Taco to take series number 1.
Let's get into it. Torrent versus a 26 Rising. So 26 Rising under a different banner this time, but we'll see if they can even stand up to Torrent, even with the different roster.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you got a new org, and sometimes that doesn't mean anything. You just, swap out some assets. Hey, you got, a little bit of money come in. Hopefully, they got a nice little paycheck out of that. But at the very least, they can know that they have a little bit of backing to commit more into that. I think Team Accelerate, who is not playing as of right now in this matchup, but it's a team I want to bring up because sometimes that's a great example of a roster that does good things, and then once they have that backing, that support of the org, they can focus more fully on their craft, so to speak, because they're all artisans out there. Then they can actually become better as a team. They can really grind it out as more of a job and rather as just the casual side hobby. But, I mean, my goodness, what a tough first-round matchup here for them in the Swiss.
Well, even as Jolly was saying, these are all best of 5s and looking at between 3 to 5 matches per team. On broadcast is a different story, but how you really start off your day is going to set the pace. It's kind of like breakfast. If you eat at the start of the day, it sets the pace for how the rest of your day is going to go. Game 1 is hitting the field. 26 Rising versus Torrent for Game 1.
And I think I'm really looking forward to the pace setting right here. Torrent is really a fan of it taking it to teams if they feel like they have that speed advantage. However, recently in other tournaments, Torrent's actually very comfortable sitting on the goal line. So with all that space that they may be giving 26 Rising, I'm curious to see if 26 can be able to take advantage of it. Right now, they're getting taken advantage of on the demos because they really had one slip right on through, but they will be able to get that clear out.
Oh, that was close for Torrent to almost get the second touch off the back wall. Now let's see what 26 Rising can do on the offense. Good timing on the challenge from Seabass, but the bounce was not read by 26 Rising. Torrent get a really good clear, but the follow-up wasn't as quick, so 26 Rising were able to negate that, as it's now kind of a game of rotations, kind of people grabbing boosts, but here's Kinsey off the back wall, couldn't get the second touch, and is now backing up into Seabass. You have this 2-on-2, Dap, and gives it over to Magic Bear for the first goal for Torrent.
And this looks like a weird flick, but it doesn't need to be super clean. It needs to be high to bait in Seabass, but slow enough that the changeup made him swing and miss. Nice little goal there. I like the patience from Torrent on that build-up.
That was Torrent kicking things off on already the first minute of play. We already said they were kind of the favorites, and now you have Torrent going for demos on top of that. So 26 Rising were really good at turning the dial from 0 to 100 once they were able to get good enough clears. And now this is a shot that 26 Rising can take.
Ooh.
Tito redirects it to the left side and ties things up within 16 seconds.
Oh, I love plays like this. Put it on the backboard, player passes it inside, then they play it back outside, and then falling from the heavens, able to tap that one. And I love everything about that. And we asked whether 26 Rising would be able to stand up to Torrent. Can you actually play at their pace? And I think that clever little play shows that they're all locked in, they're ready to go.
Yeah, even if you don't have the accuracy, as long as you have someone like that can still shoot through. Holy cow, 26 Rising, 2 in a row.
And this one is really getting out of hand. You can see Magic Bear cheat up and then immediately realize, I don't know if I'm going to get to that. And then in that moment of hesitancy, in that uncertainty, that's where 26 Rising can slot one into that far post. So agonizingly close on the save, but not close enough. And we mentioned that game number 1 is a pace setter, and right now, it seems like Torrent has been outpaced, at least in the beginning. They've already lost their lead, but it's been a very hectic 90 seconds to open this up.
Kinsey still coming back as 26 Rising. Even though they got stuffed off a kickoff, Torrent taking the corner boost, already applying pressure. Kinsey bringing this one forward, steals the boost again. Dap gonna help him out, and now Torrent sending their third man forward. Here's a long clear from 26 Rising. Seabass diving for it, but now immediately sent away from Torrent as Kinsey couldn't get the second touch, but Dap takes a shot. All 3 committed from 26 Rising, and yet another save for the defense.
And Torrent's trying to get those exit bumps, and maybe that is just strategic, and maybe it's just frustration, as obviously losing the lead is one thing, but haven't been able to amount to much, even with some midfield pressure. Magic Bear getting get bumped at the last second. A clutch play out from the 26 Rising defense, and they're going to continue doing it so far. That one just wide, and maybe they can focus on a counter, but it seems like Dapper is there to slap to the corner.
Yeah, that was almost a dangerous clear from 26 Rising to just get the third one in. Now entering the second half, Seabass with a good carry as Tito takes a shot, kind of lined up by his buddy. It's now some pressure mounting from 26 Rising. Where's their midfield presence, though? Kinsey redirects to a long clear as Torrent calculate the counterattack, and Seabass almost stole it away as quickly as it landed, and Torrent were able to keep that going. But I think Seabass has been such a pain in Torrent's side that it's been tough for them to equalize.
And same with Tito right there. They went all the way back across the Torrent back end and stole a boost, just able to swipe it away from the Torrent defense. And it's touches like that, it's movement like that, that can be incredibly annoying to deal with, because the moment you're on defense, you're thinking, it's fine, we can just turtle up, we can play some nice defense, as it seems like Monster was able to do right there. But if you don't have that boost advantage, it's going to really curtail everything you're starting, because eventually you're going to have to retreat and play more passive, just to be able to fuel up the tank.
Even 26 Rising not letting Torrent even play aggressive at all after some demos that came through on that last play. It's 26 Rising under fire here. Tito, the clear on the other side, knew exactly where Torrent wasn't at. Lands the ball over there. Now you can see both teams really vying just for some control. Tito's even gonna demo Torrent as they were extending forward, hoping to make something out of that offense. But here, Smashgg just buying time for Torrent to move up the field. 54 seconds. They need to make a play soon.
Ooh, how about that one? The drop down, and Smashgg able to just put it inside of the post. And I'd say, love it. You just spoke it into existence. Perfectly timed. And I love that play from Dab. More and more teams are starting that out in the highest level of play, using the backboard not as a way to pass it, but literally just to be able to have somewhat of an alley-oop to the teammate.
That was really good timing from Smashgg. Just to make sure that goes in. Dab, oh, he tried to bounce it off the ceiling, but you can't get past Tito. It's 26 Rising, going for play in the last 38 seconds. But can you get this away from Smashgg? And Torrent tried to redirect, but too many cooks in that defensive kitchen of 26 Rising. As you see, and Monster is just trying to bring this to the other side of the field. Meets head-to-head with Dap. Pops it over Tito. Seabass has to redirect it to the corner. That could have been a shot from Torrent. 17 seconds. Dap gets a touch. It's about to land in front of the net. And that's a good save from 26 Rising.
Not often do you see that. All three players required, but they need to make sure they're hitting the weights, getting dunked all the way through. Kinsey able to potentially steal back this game number 1 with 8 to go.
And up to the 48-second mark, 26 Rising were in a lead, by the way. What a quick comeback from Torrent. 2 in a row. At the last second, 5 seconds remaining, though. And it's over in the blue end of 26 Rising. They got a lot of ground to cover. Monster off the wall, and oh, they tried to go forward, and Torrent lands the ball down. And like you said, robbed of game 1.
It's tough because I can't. Part of me wants to say robbed, but that also implies that Torrent isn't earning that. And at the same time, it does feel like that. It does feel like they got robbed. They're playing so well. They're able to really manipulate the Torrent defense. They're putting them under a lot of pressure. And then the moment Torrent gets some quality looks, they're able to set up a beautiful passing play. And then beyond that, just 50ing it through, forcing triple commits out of the defense. And you can almost feel the panic building. So naturally, it's going to boil over in a goal. But that is a tough one for sure for 26 Rising. I think if they wanted a taste of what Swiss is going to be, especially starting off against Torrent, I think this is the exact type of game that they were fearing.
I mean, 26 Rising didn't put up a lot of shots, but man, they had a hell of a defense to just stop everything Torrent was throwing at them. But I think what being so focused on the ball and what the play that was coming up was going to be, they forgot about the passing plays of Torrent. That last 2 goals coming in from Torrent, either having to do with a kickoff cheat up or having to do with Torrent passing within the box. And if you're 26 Rising, if you're going to be all in front of the net, you got to also block off the connections from Torrent, or else they're going to score just like they did in game 1.
And Torrent, they weren't using a lot of infield passing. It was mostly just trying to bait in a challenge and then flick something down. And it's a lot of combination plays, not really a lot of solo plays going on for the Torrent offense. And so 26 Rising, that is complicating things somewhat. You can't just adjust to the individual air dribbles. You can't just go for specific shots. You have to always be aware that there's multiple options on the table. And Torrent, they're all seeing. They know all of them.
So we'll be Torrent with game 1, but it's hard fought. I mean, like I said, until the quite last minute of game 1, Torrent were at a deficit. Now they're able to wake up, smell the coffee. As Seabass kicks things off for 26 Rising, as he usually does. And now off the back wall, a demo Monster takes out Dab. So is this 3-on-2 that 26 Rising really want to continue this pressure? Now passing it off to the midfield, Seabass with a shot, but saw the commit from the defense, uses the backboard to fake them forward, but could not convert that into a goal.
I actually really enjoyed that from Seabass. I also enjoyed that off the backboard from Torrent, but that's always the difficulty of slowing down the play and getting a double tap. You don't have any pace, and so that third man from Torrent able to just come in time, but nothing any number of people can do about this flick from Seabass. The 45-degree flick right into that top shelf, and that's why you also have to look for those infield passes. Nice dump off from Monster.
Yeah, when you just have 2 offensive members like that, you don't even know who's going to take the shot at this point. You have this trade-off, this bait and switch, as the FPS games call it. So 26 Rising, that was a really good first goal. But Torrent are quick to turn the dial, like I said already in game 1, and as you pointed out from Smashgg, how quickly counterattack Torrent does come. Now Dap, it's a good touch, setting things up for Torrent. Can you meet? Is there any challenges going towards Monster? He's just crossing the whole field. but he just leaves that over to Kinsey. But this pinches off in front of the net, and Tito wasn't sure whether to commit to the offense. That could have been a shot from 26 Rising.
Yeah, it was one of those spooky moments where these are all professionals, but you got to make sure someone's there. Speaking of, hello, there's no one there. And Kinsey, thankfully, is going to have a wide enough backfield that Dap can come in and rescue him. This one would have been such a gut punch, but good counterattack by Torrent. Started off by the demo before the clear.
That was almost very much choked. Like, but it's been a tie game. Torrent are always quick with the responses. Now it's the kickoff for 26 Rising. And Monster, he's good at carrying it and dribbling it up in the air. And I like that Torrent are just getting up there, at least if they have the boost to do so. You see that 26 Rising trying to salvage this offense if they can. But they've already rotated back for boost, waiting to see what Kinsey will do. But Dap and Kinsey just struggling to just get down the field. There's Torrent with a touch forward. Seabass meets with Dap to the corner. See if Torrent can set things up. Magic Bear should be able to receive this. Dap is bumping and making room in front of the net, but that's a good clear from Seabass.
Yeah, good control from Magic Bear, some player that always likes to flex those mechanics when they can. Not able to do so there, so it's going to be a simple tap forward from Dap. And as I say simple, that almost caught Seabass by surprise as their teammate wasn't able to make contact. And after game number 1, where I think it opened up really crazily, and then it ended with an equal amounts of insanity. I think this is a nice palate cleanser where we're like, nope, now we're just back to fundamental conventional Rocket League, and we're just waiting for the next breakthrough opportunity as we hit halftime, and still waiting for the teams to make the next daring move in this chess match.
Oh, off the back wall. Nope. Kinsey over to Magic Bear, but Monster tips it towards the net just in case someone had gotten too comfortable and moved out. Magic Bear, maybe to Kinsey or Dab. Someone could take a shot, but just couldn't get the right angle, but they will bring it right back. Dab with the dribble over to Kinsey, and they score.
No, I say that you got to make sure that you're focused on the team plays, not necessarily the solo plays, but this is why Dapper is such a dangerous asset, even though coming in technically from the sub role, is that he has those individual mechanics that are just going to tap it just out of reach. Those are some of the most devious air dribbles to defend against, because you feel like everything's lined up and it all goes awry right at the critical moment. And 26 Rising in that familiar position. They were competitive in this match. Now they're behind, and matter at this point of just trying to keep up with things. That's a clunker in front of net, but Kinsey will not miss.
2 in a row for Kinsey, too, and I feel like 26 Rising's defense is asleep at the wheel, literally. I've seen them stare at the ball, but not the players trying to score, and you're not preventing any passing plays. You're not even in a position to try. So 26 Rising, I mean, their offense is aggressive, but their defense needs to step up, and at least their offense is away because they keep this within a 1-goal game.
Defense is cringe, offense isn't, and I think that's 26 Rising's main strategy right here, because they are immediately on that kickoff, and I always like teams that not only cheat up on the kickoff, but make sure that they just aggress right through the midline and then get on top of any loose balls, and 26 Rising right back in it. It's one thing to be able to keep scoring. You need to make sure that you can transition from defense into offense, or at the very least get that touch in midfield. A lot of miss aerials and a lot of interesting touches, and I don't know if that's going to trouble Dapper too much, but that 50 will at least keep things competitive in the Torrent half.
Yeah, that tussle up in the ceiling had such a disgusting bounce on the ball. It was hard for 26 Rising to slow down the pace there and get a difficult or get an easy shot, but Monster's just stealing boost, trying to suffocate Torrent and see if this ignites the 26 Rising offense. Now you get a bounce from Monster trying to fake out the 2 defenders. Seabass takes a shot. Dap is there just in case. And Torrent just so desperate to clear this to maintain the lead that they have. But Monster won't leave them alone. Seabass takes a shot, but Magic Bear forces the 50 to the other side. And a double demo goes through from Monster to really send Torrent packing.
And that's a rough one, but a fantastic play from Magic Bear. I have to point out the fact that on that save, they only really had 20 boost, Kinsey with 50, and then nothing else on their side. Despite all that, they've gone through it all. They've weathered this storm, and it seems like now they can create some trouble of their own. Strong gusts coming through from the sideline as they will continue the attack. And so now it's Torrent's time to show what their offense is made of. Infield, off the post, and out.
Little sketchy that 26 Rising. We're just driving by, no pre-jump, but still blocked. 26 Rising can still make this a winnable game. 15 seconds. Last play. 26 Rising can plan, but Kinsey, oh, that could have been the nail in the coffin. 7 seconds remaining, and 26 Rising still got to get downfield, and if they don't, Torrent will go to series point, but Torrent are still putting on the shots. The clock hits 0, and Torrent take game 2.
It's tough. 26 Rising, it's another one-goal game. In fact, the exact same scoreline we were looking at in game number 1, and I would say we took a different path, but ultimately the GPS took us right back to where we feel like we started. It's just similar issues from 26 Rising. They're getting more offense, but it pales in comparison to how much Torrent is able to compress them in the midfield, continue the attacks, and I gotta say, the mechanics are on full display here from Torrent. They are coming from every which angle, and sometimes I think 26 Rising just a little bit dizzy. I can see cartoon stars flying around the heads of all these players.
At least if you're 26 Rising, if you're gonna go down in the series, at least go down with a fight, with a vengeance, like with a roar, like take some games, because I'm sure when it comes to the Swiss bracket, the game differential will matter if you get tied with someone else. But if you get slapped around 3-0s, it's gonna be a short tournament for you if you're 26 Rising. So we'll go into game 3. Yeah, same scores as you pointed out, 3-2 for Torrent, but the same also dilemma that 26 Rising start with a lead, but can't seem to keep it as the demos and the chaos at the kickoff gives Torrent a lead right off.
And Magic Bear might be a young player, but they are ferocious, much like the namesake, and Monster can do so little about that. You can almost see the thought process. That's okay, I got that 50. I'll put it in that corner. Oh, he's reading the corner. I guess I'll, and then dunk. It's just all over right in time, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you follow up your touches as quickly as you can, and why you make sure you get back on equal velocity. That was almost wide open, but I don't think even Tito expected that.
Oh, look how aggro Dap is. As soon as he saw the double commit, he's like, I'm going to do something with this. Takes the corner boost, and it's just being annoying, buying time for the offense. Kinsey cuts the corner. 26 Rising forgot about the ball.
Seabass goes for this. I think they waited for Dapper's touch, and Monster waiting for that clear is wondering, wait, I thought you saw me at the sideline. I wasn't ready for that. It's in the back of the net. So, okay, well, it's 24 seconds in. I think you got time to clean this up, but if we've learned anything, the Torrent defense is not going to be super easy to get past, and 26 Rising has failed to score more than 2 goals in a game yet. Maybe this is the one to do it because they're really on the back foot. The flip reset, using it off of the backboard read, nearly going through from Magic Bear. They are popping off right now.
Oh, Torrent are feeling very comfortable. They're just living and setting up camp inside the 26 Rising box. And 26 Rising, I mean, seeing this as a nightmare, just closing their eyes and focusing on the plays that they can make, which isn't any so far, but Kinsey about to cross the net, and that's a good save from 26 Rising, and a good clear, and all the touch from Dab. Wanted to put it in the corner, and a threat comes in from 26 Rising, but saved again by Torrent.
Get the mid boost, and maybe they can continue things, but well challenged by Dapper, and seems like Torrent is going to be able to handle that. This is something that Torrent has done in previous tournaments. The most recent one in that Team Liquid Invitational, they were looking dangerous, but they also were very comfortable on defense. So even though the offense is popping, do not underestimate just how stalwart they are in the back. That's going to be the biggest issue for 26 Rising. Now that Torrent knows they're in the lead, they don't have to go for any more goals. They can afford to play a bit more passive. They don't have to press things forward. So I think if you're 26 Rising, you can't really rely on counterattacks. You need to have organic ways of breaking through and finding a way to stop plays like that. Kinsey nearly putting it out of reach.
And Monster had some really good touches before this play. I think like 26 Rising have really good plan A's, but plan B, C, and D, and I'm so glad they blocked that, because that series was, or this game was going to get really out of hand if 26 Rising were going to have to play 3 goals down, but Torrent's still working on that third one. Finally, a good clear from 26 Rising. Now, what's the plan? You're in the orange end of Torrent. Are we going for passes? Are we playing off the backboard? How are we trying to take advantage of the Torrent defense? But so far, it's Monster just trying to keep this out, not letting Torrent use that back wall. But Torrent have been approaching time and time again, setting up more plays. And 26 Rising are just having issues approaching the net.
And the thing that really speaks to me deep in my soul about the Torrent playstyle right now is that they are challenging the first ball well, but more importantly, they are beating 26 Rising to the follow-up nearly every single time. So the offense starts up, it looks promising, and then they're able to snuff it out, like right there, even on that shot. Good pressure right up in the face of the player. It's not going to be able to be put on target. The attack will continue, but ultimately, everyone's too splayed out. Everyone's rotating all the way back from 26 Rising. You can't keep an attack going unless you have some form of midfield control. That helps, but even that one's going to be way too slow. Magic to the side.
26 Rising can never be comfortable, even in their own box, because Torrent, especially Dappa's just been all up in there bumping, taking shots. I mean, even Kinsey's last goal came from 26 Rising, thinking they were cool enough to clear in front of their own net, and then there's Torrent just taking shots while you didn't even expect them to. Now 26 Rising really needs to convert something soon, as there's only a minute and a half left, and they're starting to get a little bit dangerous as this crosses in front of the net, and Seabass, I mean, there's too many cooks in that kitchen. And 26 Rising, they can't let this one go by, and it does anyway. Torrent score the third one.
Look at that one's experience from Magic Bear. They could flick it. They could do a lot of things, but maybe you just want to throw a body at the car because they know 26 Rising is going to rush them as fast as possible. They have to play the flick, and at that point, I don't really blame 26 Rising on that. They had to throw everyone forward in that last attack, and sometimes leave the third man out kind of on a lurch. And with 70 seconds remaining, I do not foresee a comeback, but I suppose anything is possible. 26 Rising use this just to warm up for the next round at least. The offense has looked good at times, but consistency always the thing that nips you in the end.
Yep. Nah, the first one, the cross got in the way. Oh, 26 Rising. They're just crushed right now. I think Seabass was always really good at starting up plays from 26 Rising. I think they just need to work on the communication of something like this. I wanted this in game 1 and 2 and 2 minutes ago in game 3. 26 Rising, that was a really solid play.
Yeah, I've been frantically DMing the coach the entire series. I was just sending them the VOD, be like, we have great insights, you should use them. And it seems like it worked. I'm going to assume that's exactly what happened. But what's happening right now still is that it's a 2-goal deficit, back to starter, and actually that got a bit dicey. Even Dapper was surprised. He could even put on the brakes and cock their head to the side. Like, oh, I should really get on top of that one. 26 Rising will not get on top of that, though, and to retreat all the way through, and 26 seconds remaining. They need to make every shot count at this point.
Yeah, and Monster, I think, has a lot of ball touches, has a lot of good demos, but they're just not able to do much with it. I think he had the most amount of touches of 26 Rising, but it's not someone who's usually scoring. It's maybe more Seabass that does that. But 26 Rising, good at moving down the field, but at starting plays, but not really converting or executing at the end, and Torrent proving to be too tough of an opponent, as this ball will land on the ground shortly, and Torrent will take the series 3-0.
And that is the result that many had anticipated. Dapper coming in even as the new player. They have been in that sub role for a while, but now with Jordan departing, they're going to have to step up. And even though Dapper chilling only at age 23, they're kind of the old man of the mountain here. That's like an older player at the RLCS level, and it shows that veteran experience. You could sub him in, and he'll be quality. 26 Rising might have changed orgs, but that result against Torrent in this AAA Challenger Series events still remains the same.
I gotta bring my girl Jolly back in a second to flame Taco for saying 23 is old. Because
I'm saying relative to pro play. I'm not saying I mean, I'm way older, so it works out.
I'm like, it's Jolly. If 23 is old, are we in the retirement home? Bring her back, man. I don't know. Maybe she's in the retirement home already. I guess she don't want to come back. It's fine.
I mean, we all saw the. We all saw the tweets where they're like, man, a boomer age of Twitter, and then in parentheses it's like 23 to 27 is really out there. That's what it feels like. But I mean, I'm just saying, veteran player and Dapper, they've been around the block, and honestly, they looked right at home. Torrent is just as dominant there in that series as you'd expect. And I think 26 Rising, thankfully, this is not double elim, it's not single elim. We got Swiss, we got plenty of time to adjust.
Well, that was only our first series. Torrent 3-0. Now I get to bring back Jolly. She got her cane out. I guess we're in the retirement home, Jolly. Taco thinks are we just too old for esports? What's going on?
Too old for esports. Hey, we are esports, okay?
Oh man, laugh.
That was a solid series, though. I love to see it. And this was kind of the expectation that we had coming out. I will say, though, that 26 Rising did an exceptional job in clapping back, right? There's only so much you can do against a team like Torrent. Even with all of these roster swap-ups and changes and adjustments, when you have a staple player like Smashgg there on a team like Torrent, you got to expect that they are going to be popping off some insane plays coming through here. And of course, sorry, I did kind of misinform you guys a little bit earlier ago when we were talking about the two graphics with the, 4 games and 4 games. It is, yeah, I know, Jen,
How could you?
So those are actually not, depictions of the series that we have going on for these different streams. It is Xset and Flashes of Brilliance that we had going on, and they actually still are going with their series. It looks like 2-1 is what they are currently at. So if you guys want to check those out, you can have 2 tabs open at the same time. Of course, as we get through, hype games hopefully gonna take place on this A stream. And moving forward too, we've got Ghost Gaming going into Manzana. And we already have actually Light being taken out in that round number 1 as well, a 3-0 for them. So, man, this bracket's moving quickly today. I don't know about you guys, but I like the feeling of it to start quickly and then we end it with long, drawn-out, close matches, Jen.
I know you guys were talking about, maybe randoms might be like the dark horse or just this team that could be really good. But they actually just got 0-3'd by Accelerate in their first match, so we'll keep tabs on that to see if they even end up going into tomorrow.
We'll keep you guys up to date, of course, in case you are not watching that second one, in case you don't have visual or eyes on both of these. We are going to take a very quick break, though, in between all of these series. That's what we're going to do. Only a couple minutes, so if you need to, go grab your drinks, go grab a snack, because we have an amazing day of the AAA Challenger Series set up ahead of us.
There are over 1 million roads out there, stretching over 4 million miles. So, where to go? Where to go? Where to stop? What to see? What to eat? Which sights? Which lights? Oh, wrong lights. That's better. And most importantly, who's in charge of the playlist? Not you, Gary. But no matter which road you take, it's comforting to know that AAA knows the way.
Just take a look at Liquipedia. We'll give it a refresh really quickly, see what's going on there. It does seem that way.
Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you right
Not
to
This is.
your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Oh, we are having fun here on the AAA Challenger Series. There's nowhere we'd rather be than inside facing our computer screens with the blinds drawn on a beautiful Saturday like today. So let's get into some more Rocket League. We have 2 new matches, of course. So basically, in case you guys were wondering why there was a long break, we are going to wait for each of these brackets or each of these rounds in for all the games, the full series in each round, sorry, to finish up so we can actually move on. That's how the Swiss bracket works. So definitely have both tabs open. You can put exclamation point, I think it's second stream, B stream, sorry, and it'll give you a link directly to Hootie Who's channel, and he has always got stuff going on. So even during those breaks, you can check in, see what he's got, or what he's talking about, how he's interacting with his crowd. But for this one, we have got our next set of matches here. We're looking at Ghost Gaming versus Accelerate, and of course on Hootie Who's channel. If you're interested in that one, it's going to be Shopify Rebellion, who just won 3-0, going up against NXT Esports. So given the fact that we have now some predictions to kind of toss in the air, Jen, we'll start with you, at least for our series that is coming up here with Ghost Gaming, Accelerate. How do you think this one's going to turn out as we take a quick look at the rosters as well?
I'm thinking Ghost Gaming got this in the bag. That's why I know they're some of our favorites. I'm looking at Accelerate. I don't know how they're going to do now. They have won one of our previous events before, and they're really aggressive on the offense. Now it's the defense I'm not sure about, but Ghost Gaming, they have so much experience. I literally just casted Lion Blaze the other day, like championship in the CRL Lion Blaze. So I have a soft spot for Ghost Gaming, what they have going on, but Accelerate, I think they can make them run for their money, you know?
Danger Taco, do you have the same ideas, same feelings? Do you think Accelerate is going to be able to take this one?
It's tough because I agree with Lemon in that Ghost Gaming looks so good. The last time I saw them, Hawks slid in. They fit like a glove in that lineup. Sometimes it's really all you need. You swap one player in, the whole dynamic changes. But Team Accelerate, the one thing I like to point out is, of course, you got J-Bot, Bambi, and Tool. But you have kind of the fourth man in the coach. Ronxian tweets out a lot just saying, you know, we did a lot of prep work. And usually that's just kind of talk. Of course, you do prep work, you're a coach. But Ronxian, very good. J-Bot always talking up their exploits as a coach, saying that they're so good at downloading the playstyle of the other team. So I think they're doing a lot of work on a lot of these teams. And I don't know, Accelerate always finds a way to make it close. We'll see if that's going to be the case in this next one.
I like that, downloaded. They're hooked into the system, right? They're plugged in. And then, you know what? Honestly, looking at the other side, actually, did I hear? Oh, do we have the lobby ready? Is the lobby already ready? Yeah, Lobby's already ready. Excellent. I don't even get to ask you guys more questions. I get to sit back, relax, and watch, and so do you guys at home. So, Danger Taco, Lemon Kiwi, take it away for series number 2.
Let's get into it. So Accelerate did just beat Randoms. We had mentioned that before the break, so I'm wondering if Accelerate are just on fire, because, you know, you were saying that you thought maybe Randoms had a shot of going really far.
I mean, I was a huge fan of Randoms just because I like the name. It just sounds like it's like, I just grabbed some people, some dude at the local, you know, the local convenience store, just grabbed them. We had a team. No, they're really good players, but Team Accelerate was able to take that, or rather, Randoms were able to take a loss there. So, you know, maybe it is a weird start, but at the end of the day, Team Accelerate, they've been around the block. They've been doing this for a year full time, and now for them to show what they have up against Ghost Gaming. I still think the favorites here. However, anything could happen as we get farther and farther down and the teams get more even, as is the nature of Swiss, and maybe starting it off with a J-Bot dunk right in.
Yeah, it's scary what Lion Blaze can do when it comes to Ghost Gaming, and I just prepped that. Did not cast or cursed it. Lion Blaze on fire for Ghost Gaming.
Oh, look at that touch from Hoxer. Be able to put that one into the ceiling. Tool can only look at it as it deflects off the car, but good job by Lion Blaze. It's what you always need to have when you're up on offense. Sometimes it's not about being really right there for the perfect setup and shot. Sometimes it's just about getting the ugly play, just getting right in the face of the defense and be able to tuck it home.
Yeah, just the mechanics of Lion Blaze. He can double tap. He can pass real well. I don't know what Ghost Gaming can't do, but Accelerate. I've seen them have a lot of potential before. Going up against players that have a lot of experience, though. Accelerate wanting to make their name. J-Bot from downtown to the backboard to a friend at the corner, but still no goal. We'll see if Accelerate can just juke out Ghost Gaming, and you see that they're struggling to clear, and Accelerate getting the most of it as it crosses to the other corner, but a touch from Lion Blaze gets us away from Tool, and finally Ghost Gaming can make some space, but J-Bot keeps them trapped.
And J-Bot has a lot of ones experience. Talk about how much Lion Blaze has dominated that players for a while. J-Bot's right up there as well, so I'm looking to see if there's some space, what Accelerate is going to do with it. I'd hope that they try to keep it close, but at this point, both these teams are trying to do just that. Look at the close 50s on the near side from Lion. They're going to leave the ball away, but they will be dispossessed. So right back down, going to remain at that early goal from Lion Blaze, and really that's all they wrote for at least so far in this match number 1. A lot of good challenges coming out as I think both teams kind of stumped on how to progress here.
Yeah, I think Accelerate, that last play looked real threatening. I think they just couldn't complete the passes, more not because of them, but because of what Ghost Gaming and how they're positioned. But J-Bot's just assessing the dangers. Ghost Gaming trying to find the perfect time, go for a challenge, and it sends it to the back wall, but we're hesitant on the follow-up, and Accelerate almost the touch to get that in. But Lion Blaze makes sure it goes to the corner. Now Hoxer has to carry up and above, as Lion Blaze is dealing with Tool in the back line, so you still have this 2-on-2 situation where J-Bot, see what he can do for Accelerate.
Another quality 50, just no follow-up from Accelerate. It's almost like they don't want to trust in that, which I completely understand. You do not want to give Ghost a lopsided counterattack, and you don't want to give Bambi an open flick, though Lion Blaze, they fear no man on the pitch. They're going to be able to challenge that away. Another one thrown right back through, but shot combining with Hoxer, and another clear is going to go deep into that orange app.
Good redirect, but Accelerate were just quicker to the pitch, and it's clear after clear. The follow-ups have to be just as quick. Lion Blaze just bullying the competition on that defense, forcing it through to the orange end, but maintaining possession is a different story. As Accelerate still looking for the tying goal in with 2 minutes left. It almost a touch, but Ghost Gaming have stopped everything but this one. J-Bot will get the equalizer.
Sometimes stopping the first one is the tough part, but it also helps when all 3 players aren't going for the same thing. I don't know who got bumped or what, but all of Ghost realized the danger, and I think all of them acted a bit prematurely on that one. J-Bot's not going to miss, even from that sharp angle, and good way to equalize, and I had to feel like it was coming. Ghost was getting thrown into the backfield a lot, and defense can hold, but only for so long sometimes.
Minute 40, golden goal territory almost. Taken a while for both these teams to score. I mean, besides the random occurrence from Lion Blaze in the first 30 seconds of the game, it's been fairly quiet for Ghost Gaming, so That's Accelerate tipping it off, and Bambi almost had a great follow-up, but J-Bot thought he had the midfield on lock, and Lion Blaze pops it above him. It's not really much yet, as it got a little close to the Accelerate net, and what a redirect from J-Bot!
I am securely in my chair, but I need a seatbelt for this because I nearly fell straight out. J-Bot off the ceiling. I'm thinking, yeah, that's a stylish play. Yeah, you could go for that. I didn't expect you to absolutely smack that one bar down, and I don't think Ghost Gaming did it either. How do you prep for that? You just don't.
I don't know how. We've just seen so many of those like clears that I was just waiting for someone to just aim it towards the net, and J-Bot finally does just that. Oh, it's maybe the same thing happening with Lion Blaze, but a well-timed challenge from Accelerate squashes that opportunity. Might not even be over yet, as Ghost Gaming return to the midfield to stop the train that is Accelerate approaching the station of Ghost Gaming, but now 41 seconds for Ghost to have a reply. And you're not seeing them being as eager on the challenges, more about waiting to see where Accelerate land. As Tool centers this out, a shot from Accelerate, but it doesn't go in.
I really do like how clever all of Accelerate's touches are. They're not only just getting those infield passes, but they're using the backboard so incredibly dangerously. Look at them just throw that one right back into the mixer. Ghost Gaming able to deal with it, but they gotta do more than that. They got 10 seconds, so they're just gonna deep throw this one. Lion Blaze can only do so much. Another clear. Infield, not going to do anything in the long clear. Aim might not seal it, but it's going to be a difficult coast-to-coast transition to make, and it does not look like Ghost has it in him. Accelerate, taking game number 1.
That's a weird one. And I wonder it's just... Because, yeah, I talked about how maybe I know a lot more about Lion Blaze, so I can hype him up a little bit more, but maybe this because he's just playing around a different team, the play styles are a little bit different. I think he needs someone to set him up for success, and he's usually, at least from what I've seen in the CRL, he's usually the executioner or the executor, one of the two. I mean, he goes in for the kill, and Ghost Gaming, they haven't been really able to set those kind of things up for him.
And that's a mark of a good team in Accelerate. Bambi, J-Bot, and Tool. I mean, we talk about Lion Blaze's exploits rather, up in CRL. And Bambi, I mean, not to be outdone, that's a player on University of Central Florida. Wasn't able to make it those playoffs, but they were challenging all throughout the season. Really experienced player, and Accelerate, they've been together for so long. I mean, we talk about Ghost Gaming dealing with a relatively new roster, with Hawks coming in with a limited time played with Ghost compared to, obviously, a more established roster. Team Accelerate, they've been together for years at this point. The chemistry is on lock, and I think progressively we've seen them event to event get better and better, more cohesive, and this is the result of that. They can just really pour on the pressure, and if you don't deal with it well, especially with triple commits to start off the scoring in the last game, it's going to get ugly real quick.
Accelerate. I mean, the fact that Ghost Gaming only had 2 shots versus, what, double digits of Accelerate? Like, it's a bit surprising after we talked about Ghost Gaming being the favorites. But Accelerate, the synergy paying off. Hawkser really wanted to tuck that in, but the 2 defenders couldn't break that wall down. It's Ghost Gaming. Just got to be quicker at these midfield touches. They're good at starting the offenses, but not finishing them. Or even getting in a place where you can set Lion Blaze up, for example, or just really anyone from Ghost Gaming. Is Accelerate are just so quick to challenge when it comes to their side of the field. I see. Even right now, Accelerate are the ones flying through the air. Ghost Gaming sitting there watching. Accelerate just a second too late on taking the shot into the open net.
The slow play from Hawks are going for the bump, not going to be making contact with J-Bot. That deflection keeps things interesting, but Tool wisely goes for the air dribble, slows things down, it allows everything to reset, but all that does is just give Lion Blaze an open air dribble. You don't want to do that one because the flip reset nearly paying dividends. Well saved out to the side. We're going to be remaining scoreless, and so will be remaining, tapping that ball out in the midfield, just trying to fend off this Ghost game and trying so desperately to push through.
It's Bambi and Hawkser fighting for the midfield control, but Accelerate just pushing as a team, and you can tell the synergy, the chemistry is there. Accelerate, oh, Tool was just a little bit behind on finishing that second touch. The setup that was there from Accelerate. Now Hawkser are already losing control. Some good touches from Ghost Gaming to maybe tip the tides into the other direction, but it's hard for Ghost Gaming to move confidently down to the Accelerate end.
And even these shots, it's really just to throw it on target. I don't even feel like Ghost believes in the shots. They're just saying, hey, I mean, this feels like something I could shoot, so let's just throw it on target. I'm waiting for something more substantial, more deliberate, rather than an opportunistic look. Kind of like this from Tool. They're really slowing that one down, but Lionblaze, as always, so patient on that touch and able to throw that one deep. Bambi there, though.
Now, some potential from Ghost Gaming. At least some shots have come in, already more than the two we saw from game one, so things are already improving for Ghost Gaming. Lionblaze misses that touch, but he is stuffing it into the corner. He's got two members occupied and thought he could flick that to Shock, which almost had the first goal for Ghost Gaming. Still working on that, not even out of the woods yet. As Ghost Gaming, maybe they can catch this one. Lionblaze couldn't read the bounce. And now this is confidently in the Ghost Gaming end and Accelerate, firing on all cylinders, but a few whiffs might give Ghost Gaming a chance, but they just keep bumping into Lionblaze, and it's hard for him to complete anything.
Ooh, that's an open ball, an open shot, and it's gonna be an open net. Tool all the way from downtown. Lionblaze looking at it, but that's really all they could do. No one anticipating that 50 right in the midfield.
Everyone was so extended forward for Ghost Gaming, really getting frustrated that, I mean, through these two games, Ghost Gaming have only scored once, and it's been a handful of shots, but during both those games to the double digits of Accelerate, so needing to commit the third man to get things done, to have more coverage, to pressure Accelerate, and now they're getting punished for it. So Ghost Gaming now falling back, already flicking above one. Lionblaze in the right position at the goal line to stop anything else from Accelerate, at least not the open net, as a double commit from Ghost Gaming. Accelerate just sitting there watching.
And Accelerate are able to watch these plays go by, but for the most part, they still need to be reactive because we're starting to see demo plays come through from Ghost. No contact on that run through the backfield, but it is keeping Accelerate somewhat locked down. The boost is being squeezed out of them slowly. The issue is that Ghost is also using a lot of boost just to be able to continue these offenses. So these deep rotations, typically from Lionblaze, to make sure that they can maintain that possession. I think it's almost curtailing their attacks before they can really get started, and I think that's the main issue that I'm seeing from a Ghost. I like how much pressure they're putting on. It's much better than in game number one, but it's still falling short.
Yeah, Ghost Gaming, when they do get these long clears, at least they could get a quick shot in, but like you mentioned before, it's on target, but what else? You know Accelerate are gonna be there, pretty much able to save it. You got 40 seconds. Ghost Gaming still looking for the tying goal, and if they don't, Accelerate will go to series point. That was a good carry from Lionblaze, and he's known for that in the CRL too. But Accelerate were quick to squash that. Now Lionblaze is not done yet. He's got Shock in front of the net. Hawks are there too. But they're so extended forward. Guess what happens? The same thing as last time. Accelerate might have just sealed the deal for game two.
I feel like Accelerate, I mean, they're so organized, and I like the pattern, but it feels like I'm watching a dog chase a ball. Like, it just pops out, and they're like, oh, I got it, and then just immediately slaps their head around and be able to put that in the open net. I love how quickly they're able to react to it, and you could say it's fortunate that they're in the location that ball happens to go, but I happen to be of the mind that they just know that positioning well. They know where they need to be, and Ghost appears to not share that same sentiment right there. That shot looked open, gonna go well wide, and I think we can very much chalk this one here. Nice little redirect maybe to end things off, but not like they need any more goals. Team Accelerate putting Ghost Gaming onto match point in round 2 of Swiss.
Putting Ghost Gaming in their place, putting Lionblaze in his place. Accelerate, even demoing him in mid-air in the final play. Accelerate up on series point, only allowing one goal past their eyes. Ghost Gaming just... After the 3-0, I thought this was going to be maybe a little bit closer. I'm surprised things are looking this way.
I would say I'm surprised, but Team Accelerate, I mean, they're a very capable team, and I think one thing that really helps is it's that chemistry, and I think oftentimes that shows in knowing where each other are, but I think the main thing that speaks to me is that it's very rare we're seeing double commits. Everyone just happens to be that one-to-one challenge that they need. If they need a 50 in front, if they need to make sure they challenge the air dribble quickly, they have someone backing them up. Everything seems to be in their place, and I don't see anything from Ghost that's the wild card, that weird play on the infield, that air dribble bump, that being able to use those soul plays, use demos in the back backfield, anything just to throw off Team Accelerate. It feels like Ghost is just saying, nope, we can rely on the fundamentals. We can really just stick to what we know, and sometimes when that doesn't work, you have to adjust quickly. So they got a minute between game number 2 and 3, and better figure out something quick, because they got 5 minutes potentially before taking an L here.
At least if you're Ghost Gaming, you're a Ghost Gaming fan even, you're feeling pretty good. Maybe shocking at the second touch, got a weird flip and didn't know where that was going, but Ghost Gaming did 3-0 Manzana, one of our winners I think from the previous event, and well, at least this series is still not going well, but at least you got a win under your belt, so we'll see if the Swiss format, if this ends up not going well, Ghost Gaming will still make it to tomorrow.
And that's a tough one, certainly, from Shock going up for that. But the read was flawless, just they didn't anticipate the dunk being even better. And that is going to be another early one here for Team Accelerate. And if you're going to get scored on, as we like to say, it's nice to have it be an early goal. You have plenty of time to adjust, though. Certainly, that just has to be such a eye roll from Ghost. Of course, that's how we start this game off. Of course, we start off the elimination match here. So trying to move on, try to build something out. A little miscommunication there from Shock. I like the flip reset, but it doesn't even seem like their teammate knew what was going on there.
And that's the type of setups that I think Ghost Gaming could really thrive off of, but it's just weird. I wonder if it's just like a mental thing right now that you're just at the wrong place at the wrong time, because that's a beautiful setup, as you said, from Shock. Now Accelerate with one coming in. Bambi just straight forward. Couldn't get that right angle towards the net. But at least you have that 1-goal cushion. Redirect from Lion Blaze shut down by Accelerate. There's Hawkster with the follow-up from the ceiling. The double commit from Ghost Gaming. Shock with the follow-up. And there is Ghost Gaming still kicking.
And this is a shot that is just high enough that it's kind of weird. You can almost see Shock kind of go up for this. Just take a breath. Just make sure it's on target. Lean into it. Make sure it's right between the sticks, because that's really the main thing that Ghost Gaming needs to focus on. Doesn't need to be flashy. It just needs to be efficient, and that's the first real opportunity they've had. A cracker off the crossbar, and at least now they have a nice follow-up for it. And now it's right back to square one. They do something to get back in the lead. I'm sure Team Accelerate has something to say about that, but I do like Ghost Gaming's chances now that they have at least a tad bit of momentum and confidence.
Yeah, so at least if Ghost Gaming are going to have all 3 members forward, not like Game 2. They're just in the right positions to stop and shut down any clears that could come out from Accelerate, because the 2 goals from Game 2 came from overextensions of Ghost Gaming. See if they can convert this one. Hawkster is trying to juke J-Bot. Shock has to get involved. Pops it up to the right corner. Tool's going to get there first. And Shock could at least get a bump, but might have missed that. So Lion Blaze had to get involved. Hawkster could set up his own play as Lion Blaze shoves, I think that's Bambi against the wall. Hawkster could take a shot here. That's a tough angle to cut, though. And Accelerate continue to just force Ghost Gaming to play quickly and not really have the patience to take very accurate shots. But Lion Blaze, the red carpet right into the net, gives Ghost Gaming a lead.
Director Cam knew what to focus on. Look at Hawkster rising up, just slapping Bambi out of the way. J-Bot wonders, hey, Bambi, you got that, right? And nope, you're all alone in the backfield. Not the situation you want to be against with Lion Blaze. Able to flip reset that one straight through, and that's more what I want out of Ghost Gaming. Every player being where they need to be and working synergistically to achieve those goals. Then we're back to solo play here. The great dunk and nearly a putback. They're not going to get it, but Lion Blaze will. Ghost Gaming turning on the monitors.
About time for Ghost Gaming. Already scoring more goals in this game than they have all series. Just took time to adapt. It took time to figure out what was broken and which band-aid they needed to stop the ship from sinking. And now Accelerate. They need to have a quick response. Tool just trying to carve their way through. Forces the double commit, and then J-Bot scores.
And this is, again, just going back to keeping the ball dangerous. Tool's been doing that actually a lot throughout this series, being able to put the ball in the attacking third instead of going for the flick, going for a more aggressive play. They just wait for the defense to come to them, take a 50, which not only enables the ball to stay in that attacking third, but helps Team Accelerate get that boost, rejoin the attack, and keep everything going. It's going to work out that time, and this gaming, maybe a little bit of sweat forming on the brow as we're getting down to crunch time, as we hit halftime in their final potential game if they can't hold on to this lead.
And J-Bot's really impressing me from Accelerate, too. A lot of the goals, a lot of the plays coming from him, knowing where to position Reading plays ahead of time, like what he can do for the team, and just like this, turns the ball on a dime, sends Ghost Gaming running for the hills and Accelerate. She needs to put this on target. Ghost Gaming are challenging one by one. No more double commits as this tips all the way back, and guess who's there? It's J-Bot.
They're able to get that to the side, but that's something Team Accelerated has been doing all series long. There's nothing new there. What is new is Ghost Gaming is linking up to perfection, throwing that one deep, and who else? It's Lion Blaze lurking upfield.
Man, Lion Blaze has woken up from his nap. The king of the jungle is here. 4-2 for Ghost Gaming. Still a minute 43, so Accelerate, I mean, it's not over yet. Still working. Still got the series point on their backs. Lion Blaze might even have, yeah, he has a hat trick in this series, so he's on fire now, already with the carry. Accelerate are always there to meet him halfway, but it's Ghost Gaming that have to be ready to back up Lion Blaze, and Hawks are in the box, takes a shot, and this might have sealed the deal, to be honest.
I feel like I need smelling salts. Is this a dream? What is happening right now? These have been such a close series. All these games really being these battles out, who's going to win out. But now Ghost Gaming, they're just on a tear. Of course, talk about the hat trick, but I think everyone from Ghost Gaming stepping up and really dealing Accelerate an interesting conundrum. Okay, we had this series figured out, but what happens when the playstyle gets completely flipped? How do we adjust from this?
Yeah, this is tough. Accelerate, they thought all they had to do was just keep challenging. But you got Hoxer, who's just diving in the middle of your box and taking shots like that, and that's rough.
And I love this touch from Lion, and that's why the double tap, such an interesting thing to go for in the corner, because they definitely have the capacity to put that on target. All of Team Accelerate knows that, so they don't immediately challenge, but the deflection into the middle, it keeps it dangerous, and all they got to do from Ghost is just crash the box and rely on more plays like this. If that went in from Lion, then surely this is just absurd.
Just Ghost Gaming going from being shut out in Game 2, only putting up 1 goal in Game 1, to just putting up 6 in Game 3. This could be a longer series than we thought, unless this could be just a fluke. We'll see in the next game what Accelerate have cooked up in response, but it won't be the 3-0, and even if Ghost Gaming go down after that, at least take it a couple games, help with the game differential. At the end, Hoxer with another. No, Tool denies it.
These are such close challenges here, and at the end of the day, there's nothing close about this game, though. It's 6-2, very much in the hands of Ghost Gaming. But as you mentioned, it might just be a flash in the pan. This might just be a pop-off game, and I think go right back to normal, so to speak, at least referring to the first 2 games of the series for Team Accelerate. I mean, talk about in CRL playoffs recently, we saw a team get basically Braziled in one of the games and still win that series out. So really, anything is possible. You got to brush it off, but hard to brush out a shellacking like that. Ghost Gaming, well done.
Oh, what a comeback. What a redemption from Ghost Gaming. Going back to just playing their game. Going back to Lion Blaze is still like dribbling up in the air, but at least doing it more confidently. He's getting above Accelerate, and Accelerate now staring more at the ball and not what Ghost Gaming are doing, because they thought, okay, if we just rely on challenges, they can't even pass. But Ghost Gaming have been doing just that. And 6 goals later, you can tell that it's really made a difference for their confidence, because Ghost Gaming, especially Hoxer, is like living inside of Accelerate's box and just harassing them in their own zone.
And I know fellow AAA Challenger Series caster Bass, when they're watching this Ghost Gaming roster, said Hoxer had some of the best demos they've ever seen, just flying through the air, just causing havoc, and that's really the role that I wouldn't say they're resigned to. They thrive in it. They really seem to enjoy it because it's paying dividends, especially when they're able to lock down the defense and it looks like everything is a bit more under control. Just that extra ingredient, that spice, that heat they're bringing through the attacking third. It's dealing Accelerate a hand that I don't think they know how to handle, and I think that's really what they need to really wrap their minds around, because this is the new Ghost Gaming. This is the Ghost Gaming I think I and myself and you were waiting to see, so we'll see if this is going to be really the story for the rest of the series, if Team Accelerate can be able to fend them off, or really any which way. Either way, I'm just happy that we have a banger series on our hands now.
Already starts with Ghost Gaming with their backs against the wall. Usually they kind of like to cheat up on kickoff and get a good offense going, start the pressure off, but now we're playing a good game of volleyball. Lion Blaze steals the corner boost. Thought if you can get that second touch, maybe get past a few of the Accelerate members, but that doesn't happen. Now things are slowing down, and J-Bot passes over to someone in the midfield, but it was a little too far forward, so Bambi wasn't in the position to do anything with that. They will get that touch at this time. Tool over to J-Bot, possibly. No, Hoxer quick to challenge that. Shock with the second. Lion Blaze right behind them just to keep the offense going of Ghost Gaming, but it's tough for them to get past Accelerate.
Yeah, and this is some really spread out rotations actually from all these teams, and sometimes it's being a bit too telegraphed. We saw Team Accelerate try the 3-person passing play. That was able to be shut down. Now, solo play from Lion Blaze. They're just going to call their own number again, then leave it out. Shock called them off, but not going to be able to beat out that Team Accelerate defense. So, going to be seeing a lot more ping pong here in the midfield as I think both teams here to play. And I think this is exactly the style I would have anticipated as we start off game number 4. And finally, we're going to take a deep breath, take a long-winded possession here with Hoxer out of the corner.
And J-Bot almost had a cool play earlier, but too many defenders. Lands right on their lap. Couldn't get the reset. Still Accelerate. I like how they're just also keeping control of the ball, assessing where Ghost Gaming could be challenging from, and then making a decision from there. So the extra second they spend with the ball, it feels fruitful, but Ghost Gaming, oh, the shot goes in, Accelerate, save, but not even out of the woods yet. Hoxer gets taken out, and now it's the counterattack 3-on-2 for Accelerate.
And that was pixels wide from Team Accelerate, getting that beautiful redirect up on the top shelf, but will be meeting that fourth man from Ghost exactly as needed, so they can take a deep breath and then be able to move on to offense themselves, but it helps if you touch the ball forward. They still can't get this one out. Tool looking at with 80 boost, but decides to play the passive route instead. A huge departure from how Team Accelerate has been playing recently. Normally, they are the aggressors, but maybe a bit shell-shocked, and for good reason. Lion Blaze continues to be hitting these on target.
This feels like an outfielder where both outfielders run for the ball, and then they hit each other in the head. No, okay. That was just bad timing on my part. I thought that's what happened. So I was like, I saw two people from Accelerate double commit to save that. It just wasn't quick enough. The shot from Lion Blaze, too good. Ghost Gaming with the lead, but it took the first half to get to this point. So you're not feeling super cozy. You won another one, and Shock will deliver it.
I love this. Shock, huge brain, so I'd assume this is all deliberate, but look, this pass from Hoxer. The only way this gets through is if it's on the ground. Bambi had that red all the way through, and Shock able just had a little worm burner there into the back of the net, and had another game where Team Accelerate had a quick lead, and now it is Ghost Gaming turn, shutting out a fairly dominant offense historically from Team Accelerate, where they have really been struggling to get anything going on target. I think they're still waiting for their first real opportunity past that posted earlier.
Oh, Hoxer, that was a good 50 as Accelerate just used a lot of boost to just cross the field and look like they were on quite the aggressive offense, but as Accelerate, the third man back, kind of slowed the play down. Ghost Gaming kind of lost the advantage that they had, the 3-on-1 to 3-on-2, whatever they had, as it's sent over to the Ghost Gaming, and Accelerate still looking for their first goal as Lion Blaze is quick with it. But what a good touch from Bambi to squash that.
Yeah, it's a good touch from Bambi, but the counterattack from Accelerate is just throwing it forward. There is no extension out. There is no second person to follow it up. There's no combination happening. You can't say the same about Ghost. I love that touch into the middle. It took everything from Team Accelerate to be able to get that save out. It's going to take everything from them to save up the follow. Hoxer might want that one back. J-Bot capable on the save, and even with a back foot from Shock, just not going to be able to break through.
Shock just keeping them stuck. Lion Blaze tips it to the corner. Bambi gonna pass someone, but man, just had so much coverage on him. Now Ghost Gaming on another offense with a minute remaining. Like Accelerate are running out of time. This is like, keep your brooms in your closets, folks. But Ghost Gaming in the next minute could be forcing game 5 and maybe a reverse sweep potential. Accelerate, it's still doable. But only if you actually are able to control the ball long enough to do something. Bambi leaves it off the Tool, but it's such a hard bounce. It was tough for him to read.
And this Ghost defense has definitely stepped up. They're able to handle every single touch from Team Accelerate, and that is why you need those complicated setups sometimes. You need to be able to bait in the defense, make them doubt themselves. It seems like Ghost, they're 100% committed on everything they go for, and it's paying off because they're able to not only shut down the the offense of Team Accelerate, but then transition into something deadly. Right here, they're just holding down the midfield because they know it's all about clock management at this point, and so does J-Bot, or rather Tool, I thought, off the ceiling. Nearly a brilliant redirect again, but not going to go through, and that might be GG's here, Lemon.
Wow, Ghost Gaming go from scoring 1 goal over 2 games to the complete flip around of this series, 2 games in a row, and we're going into game 5. Accelerate. You know, you thought they were the Ghostbusters, but they're the ones getting haunted right now.
Yeah, this is not okay. The specter of Ghost always hanging over them and saying, hey, this is a big org, you know, all these players, yeah, we're taking it to them. We're able to control this, and I think the moment game 3 finished, it's like, uh-oh. Here's where we go. Of course, people in chat, I believe, are talking about the well-known Team Accelerate effect of getting into series and somehow always finding a way to go to game 5. Reverse sweep, not the way you typically want to get there, but ultimately, you take things 1 game at a time. Even if you drop some, you're still very much in contention, but you got to fix something. That shot differential is looking mean right now.
Oh my goodness, you're right. 12 shots to 2. And Accelerate are the ones that have 2 this time, because when the series started, that shot count was flipped. So Ghost Gaming, it took some time to scale, but now we have peaked. And Accelerate, they have met their match. Now it comes down to the final game. This is a Swiss format. Both these teams are 1-0. So this will break that perfect streak. It already starts with an Accelerate offense.
Champions Field ending many a series, and see a similar conclusion here, and almost started off with something completely different. A demo in the midfield and a J-Bot quick shot, but Ghost again quick to it, getting that save away, and apparently Accelerate going back to their halves to think about things, but it all comes down to this one. If they can approach with confidence, they can find that resurgence that Ghost did. I see no reason they're not competitive in this. I like that counter, but the shock defense just too strong.
Oh, really wanted to see an Accelerate double tap just to kind of revitalize the spirits a bit, and Shock with the shot, and J-Bot just slight touch to still have that ball bounce, and by a second more for Accelerate to save, and they still denied that opportunity from Ghost. As Hawkster, that was a shot that came in randomly, and good save from him too.
Almost a dunk out of the air from the Ghost defense. Lion throws middle, just straight up, and a little bit of ping pong in the midfield, just slapping around, and not really any true possession, but I think at this point, team's just trying the acceleration strategy of just going as fast as possible and seeing if the defense can handle it. Apparently, they can't handle it too much. That's an infield to Shock, and that will be our opener.
It already starts with a double commit off the first shot from Lion Blaze from Tool and J-Bot there, and Hawkster tips it over the Shock, and Bambi couldn't get there in time. So, Ghost Gaming with a lead in the first minute, and Ghost Gaming don't score often, but when they do, it's tough to stop the pressure that they put on. Now this goes to Lion Blaze, but it was such a slow descent that Accelerate had all the time in the world to stop it.
And it's a one thing to be able to watch Hawkster go for a double flip reset, and part of it, you felt like the defense at this point is just saying, I know we're already losing this series at the current moment, but please don't clip on me, don't make it worse, and Shock trying to do just that on the infield. They're going to get denied. I'm loving the passing plays from Ghost right now. They're always threatening, and it's giving Accelerate almost too many things to focus on.
Yeah, I wonder if Accelerate is just running out of gas, because those passing plays that Ghost Gaming are doing right now was something that they were easily able to stop in game 1 and 2. I mean, there was a time in this series that Ghost Gaming had 2 shots. Now, where is that Accelerate that was doing that? So, game 5 takes a lot out of you, especially to calm that frustration. Now, Accelerate will guide this forward. Tool to Lion Blaze. Good save. As Ghost Gaming tips it to the corner. Tool looking for a friend to pass to. Bambi gonna get that touch over to J-Bot. How can they get like a shot through? I mean, Ghost Gaming are really not leaving the front of their net, and here's the counterattack.
At the very least, Team Accelerate can hang their hat on the fact that this is not going to be a massive comeback effort. It's all about getting that one goal. So no need to panic, no need to overcommit. You just got to take your time, trust in the process, and hopefully that you're not taking too much time, because Lion Blaze is going to chase you down. Duel may be trying to wrap around that clear and going to be nearly dispossessed, but the clear will go through, but the possession will not.
Okay, Shock It's just tough to just go through the middle lane like that with Accelerate patrolling it. There's an equalizer at the ready. Shock. That was a really good interception on the passing play from Accelerate. As Tool couldn't maybe carry it through to deposit it right in front of the net. So Accelerate have lost control through a few whiffs, and even through the back wall, Ghost Gaming could have secured an insurance goal, but we're still left at 1-0. Accelerate are now leaving for boost. And all this pressure is now gone, and you're worried if Ghost Gaming get another goal, that could be the end of the series.
And so Team Accelerate, I think right now it's being able to be patient, but that was a minute ago. Now it's started to really heat up here in this kitchen, and Ghost Gaming will not leave you alone. So at this point, you need to make sure that obviously you're getting these saves off, but you have to be very efficient. You have to pick your spot carefully or just send the house, because at a certain point you have to. Running out of time here. You do not want to be the victims of reverse sweep, but that is the way things stand.
54 seconds. See Accelerate just struggling, and this got pinched off towards the net. I don't even know who saved that. That got a little close. Demos left and right. J-Bot hoping to set up Accelerate for success, at least for an equalizer. Bambi needs help, but the Hawks are challenged. Popped it up to midfield, but at least Tool helped keep Accelerate going. J-Bot Demos, Hawkster, you got a 3-on-2. You got to be able to do something with this. But Lion Blaze buys all the time in the world for Ghost Gaming.
Ooh, Shock able to linger in the air. Look at the dunk. So crucial to prevent that double tap, and Lion Blaze will continue to waste down that time with some 50s, but the ball is not out. In fact, it's straight back in the middle. Brilliant save. Bambi, one more throw into the middle, but it's only gonna find Lion. Shock into the sideline, and now they have full control of this one. They're going to opt for the spike. Ghost Gaming getting it done on the reverse, bringing back out the broom, and Team Accelerate, we'll see you in the next round.
Wow. A reverse sweep on our second match on stream. That's a good one. Accelerate, at least the game differential will help you, but you got to be able to close out the series. Accelerate really made Ghost Gaming sweat for it, even shutting them out in game 2, not letting them really take any shots at all. They were just so pumped full of energy, and you saw kind of the light dim in their eyes, especially after the, 6-4 game 3 that Ghost Gaming started the comeback on.
It's tough. I think that's the main thing about good teams, is being able to, in the moment, realize something that's wrong. And I think in games 1 and 2, you often see that. But then the moment game 3 gets around, that's where you pay your coaching staff. That's where you pay all these players the amount you do, because they need to be realizing in the minute between, how do we fix this, and then be able to actually get out of the mental dumps and be able to surge forward. And that's really interesting. I alluded saying they turned on their monitors, but it really felt like a switch just flipped and suddenly everything's on its head. I had no idea what was going on there.
Well, someone who does hopefully know what's going on is our host, Jolly. We're going to bring her back. And she's got the one eyebrow raised, like, I don't know if you should be trusting me with this. Reverse sweep,
what's
though.
Going on? Hey, you know what? I was watching those matches, and that was insane. Towards the end, Team Accelerate, Twitch chat got pretty quiet there. I mean, we were joking about a reverse sweep when we got into game 3, right? I think 6-2 was actually the scoreline. It was just like Lion Blaze began popping off. And then after that, you had the exact opposite happen, where you had, within 2 games, only 1 point being locked down by Ghost to start things out. And then towards the end, I think it was, we had the last 2 matches, there was 0 points. It was a goose egg that was actually put on for Accelerate. So it definitely felt like, yeah, maybe not monitors turned off and then turned on, but maybe just a little bit of acceleration, and then the pedal was put to the metal there towards the end by Ghost Gaming. And that happens a lot with a lot of these higher end teams, right? Right, Danger Taco, of games number 1 and 2 kind of maybe falling through their fingers, and then they hit the gas.
Well, sometimes that's something I think you do see with higher level teams, is that, of course, when you're playing at the top, I think it's not always you're crushing all the teams that are maybe the bubble teams or the teams that don't get as far in the RLCS competitions. It's really just about how well can you figure out the other team, and that's really what I think the top level teams are the best at. Yeah, they might drop games, but sometimes you haven't scrimmed them in a while. You don't know what they have, what they're really good at. You don't know what to use, and I think that's really where it felt like Ghost was kind of lost. It was still like they were trying to play passive, but it wasn't working out, and then once that all figured out, saying, oh, I think think this is what we need to try. Then suddenly everything works, and I think that's what the best teams in this really whole esport are all about. Being able to really just find that chess match and be like, no, I have you figured out. Don't worry, we got this series.
Well, like, when it comes to all the 1-0 teams that just faced off, we had 3 Game 5s out of 4. NXT beat Shopify Game 5, Soniqs beat Sup Game 5, and then we just saw the third Game 5, Ghost Gaming reverse swept Accelerate. I mean, the competition's tight.
It really is, and these are some of the teams that we were calling out at the very beginning, right, that we anticipate to kind of be in the top 4, if not absolutely the top 8, right, because that's how this is going to go down. As soon as you hit 3 losses, which now we are starting to tick through for some of these teams, then they really have their backs to the wall. They cannot lose any more series. Of course, the maximum is going to be 5, and that's how many we're going to be watching on each of these streams. But yeah, the one that really threw me off, NXT beat Shopify. That was one of the teams I was like, they're going to be absolutely, towards the top side. That can still be the case, right? But in the overall, that means NXT is sitting pretty, and for us now, we see Accelerate moving on in a 2-0 fashion, so they have got to feel good waiting for the next couple of games to come through. Of course, we are going to take another break before hopping into the next set of games. Again, if you want to have another tab open and watch the B stream as well, _B stream, that'll bring you to, or at least give you the link to Hootie Who's broadcast, and some pretty fun stuff going on there, and you can kind of keep both of these open. That's what I'm doing as a host. I'm hosting this one. I have both the broadcasts open, and I'm just kind of tuning in back and forth. That's what we have 2 monitors for, right? So don't go anywhere. We will be right back again. Go grab your drinks, grab your snacks, because we have a very great day of more AAA Challenger Series up ahead of us.
She's a late model sedan, Irma. She's not the flashiest car on the high school lot, but one with the most tenure. She's carried 3 Anderson siblings through a lot of great moments, and protected them through some not-so-great ones. Irma has put in her time with us, so when it comes to protecting her, she deserves more than a 15-minute conversation, or less.
I understand. I'll see what I can do.
I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now, and never. I was putting in the putting in the
paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the car.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking around with us. We are 2 series in out of the 5 that we are going to have here on broadcast, and I do believe I have these 2 lovely casters with me for one more series, and it's going to be a pretty contentious one because we are finally at the 2-0 position for some of these teams, or on the other side of things, 0-2 position, meaning whoever wins in this next series is going to be locked in, done for the day, 3-0, and set up for tomorrow's bracket. So, we take a look at the matches that we have got here. We're going to be watching Soniqs versus Ghost Gaming on this stream. If you want to check out something else on the B stream, Gentleman versus Manzana, that is going to be the stream that is going to eliminate one of the teams here, as both of them are sitting at 0-2. And like we talked about earlier, there was an emergency for Farmville, so they had to drop out for the day. That means that whoever they are up against in the bracket is automatically going to win with a 3-0. So Flashes of Brilliance, they don't have to worry about being eliminated. The other one that is going on, XSET versus NXT, the other 2 teams that are currently sitting at 2-0. So at the end of this, we will notify you guys of who the 2 teams are that get to retire for the rest of the day, because they have already won those 3 series. Of course, best of 5 for all of these. And along with me for one more series ride is going to be Lemon Kiwi here and Danger Taco. Lemon Kiwi, how are you feeling about the day so far?
Good. I don't know if I feel so good about Soniqs, though, just because of what you said about Farmville. So Farmville forfeited all their matches, right? And Soniqs was one of those. So Soniqs technically has only played 1 match, and it was against Sup, and that was a game 5. So with only 1 series under the belt, and I didn't watch that match, so I don't know how close it was or whatever, but Ghost Gaming just came off of a reverse sweep, like, hype moment. So I'm just kind of giving that win buff to Ghost Gaming in this series.
We'll have to see as we take a quick look at the rosters of these 2 teams that we're going to see coming up here. And Danger Taco, you gotta say, you know, these are some good players on the side of Soniqs. We already watched Ghost Gaming on this A stream earlier. We know they've hit their stride. If you're looking at one player, because we didn't get to see that matchup previously with Soniqs that they won, who do you have eyes on? Who are you think it's going to pop off today for Soniqs?
I mean, it's my boy T-Krell, always a huge fan, and that was almost my biggest irritation with the Soniqs roster for a long time is that, yeah, I love T-Krell, but they can't do everything. They're really fast, they cause a lot of chaos, but you need that support play, and that's where ZPS and Andy have really stepped up well. I think they have complementary play styles. In fact, actually, within regionals, where G2 was really stepping up their gameplay and dominating everyone, Soniqs sometimes were the only team that could stick with them in pace, and it's a team that really forces you to make sure your defense is locked down, otherwise you're going to get in trouble deep. So if Ghost has been resurgent in that last series, obviously getting that reverse sweep, they're kind of confident, they're coming in maybe a little bit cocky here, but who knows what's going to happen, because I think it's going to be, this is the first matchup I think we have on stream that feels like this very much could just be substituted in for a real RLCS qual match or even regional match.
Yeah, I actually recognize ZPS.
This, right? Yeah, we got names, right?
Oh my god, and it's not even that, it's just like, because I used to do the grid for the Pittsburgh Knights when ZPS was on that roster, and he was one of my favorite players to watch, so it's cool to see how he's grown up and now on different rosters and stuff and really succeeding. So this is going to be, I think, the most exciting series. I know we already had a reverse sweep, but I got to say this one is the most exciting, contentious one. And I know I say that, and every time I say that, it turns into 3-0. So hopefully not going to be the case.
Don't set it up. Don't set it up too hard. You literally just said a moment ago that the Soniqs had 1 series, and it was a 2-3. We don't really know exactly how one-sided that series ended up being, but you did bring up a good point in that one of the Farmville games already Soniqs has gotten a bye. So an easy 3-0, meaning they're having haven't quite warmed up as much as Ghost Gaming have. And we can see in the previous series, sometimes it takes a game or two for some of these top tier teams to feel like they have put the pedal to the metal, that they have actually hit the accelerator. However, when you go into series number 2, number 3, number 4 for the day, that's when the expectation is that, okay, you've hit your stride, right? If Ghost still needs time to kind of turn things on, it should likely only be round number 1 where they're really feeling out the opposition and seeing how far forward, they really need to move and how hard they have to push things. But it looks like that lobby is already set up and ready for you guys to go. So for the last series for y'all today, take it away, Lemon Kiwi and Danger Taco.
Well, this next series gonna determine who goes into day 2, so a lot on the line, and this is one of our Challenger Super events, so $2,000 available for just first place, and that doesn't even count what you get for second and third, and I think one of the 2 best teams here. I know it's really contentious and a lot of arguments over people's favorites, but Ghost Gaming and Soniqs hit the field.
Yeah, ultimately, we can only have a 1 champion, and we talk about, it feels weird to say the strongest teams, because I feel like every time we see that, we'd say, oh, right, but this other team's also in there, and I will say, it was not the cleanest beginning to the game, but will be tucked away. Nearly some physical play to open things up for the Soniqs, but now they're back on defense.
Look how quick everyone is playing, and T-Corral gets an early touch. Even though Hoxer tried to demo, it wasn't enough to stop this first goal for Soniqs.
I have no words. That was incredible for T-Corral. That not only getting the save, I say, and then Soniqs are onto defense and immediate transition, getting that pinch forward, the wave dash flick past the defender, and then tucking into the open net. Nutty opener.
That already shows the next level mechanics these 2 teams have. That was, great reposition on that wave dash just to get to the left side and stop the defender from getting in the way. Here's some patient plays from Soniqs. The other 2, ZPS and T-Corral, were back getting boosts, so Ghost Gaming were able to relieve that and almost have an answer. But Soniqs not even out of the woods yet. Here's another shot. Lion plays all up in their business. And Ghost Gaming, I think, will be done here for now.
Yeah, but I do like that infield pass. It was, I would say, dangerous because it was very close to the goal, but that's exactly why playing in a team environment is so vital, because when you need someone to be there at a specific time, you can be able to calibrate that efficiently. Not that shot, though. That's going to get denied. Lion Blaze going to get slapped to the side, and we're going to see Soniqs able to keep their side clear for now. ZPS able to extend that again, and right back on to attack. Soniqs looking nice on both sides of the field, and if not for that shot, could have had, or save rather, could have been 2-0.
Well, that was scary. Yeah, I really thought that was going in. Soniqs bringing it back. Andy with the tip and the double commit from Shock and Lion Blaze saves that. T-Corral should be able to catch this. It goes right to Shock's hands, and he's going to leave that one behind. Ghost Gaming looking to clap back at any second now. Hoxer just goes for the demo. 3-on-2 for Ghost Gaming, but ZPS beats someone to the punch and relieves that for Soniqs. Even though they got demoed, they didn't get trapped, so that's a good thing.
It's a loose ball in front. It's almost like Ghost looked at each other. It's like, you got that, man, right? And no one actually went for it. Luckily, Soniqs was too far away because they anticipated a clear as well. They will be able to try and anticipate that read, but CPS can only do so much on the pre-jump attempt, and a lot of whiffs coming into the midfield, a lot of desperation throws, and we're really getting into the nitty-gritty in this series. We're coming down to just these individual touches that are going to make that difference.
A handful of demos that have gone by already in game 1. And if you're willing to take that risk, like, you're feeling real comfortable already in this game 1, where usually teams kind of take a more measured approach, kind of feeling out the other opponent. Shock at least dumps this in for Ghost Gaming. Lion Blaze will be cutting off circulation of Soniqs, but Ghost Gaming just can't seem to stop them fully. ZPS squeaks by to the back wall, but Lion Blaze was ready. Just tip that back. Now it's Soniqs back on defense. Oh, but Shock almost gets the challenge in the box. That was scary.
I had to hold my breath there, and I think so too with the Soniqs defense. That was not over yet, but Andy will be able to send that one deep. ZPS near post. No follow, no bump either, though. Lion trying to dribble play of their own, just trying to carry it through, trying to 50 it, and they will be successful coast to coast for Ghost Gaming.
Lion Blaze already showing up in game 1, and that's what I like to see. Hat trick. In the previous series, we casted, and great control of the ball in that moment. 2 minutes remaining, 1-1. And I know I didn't want to curse you, but I said this was going to be a close series, and I'm already feeling that way.
And I do like the patience. Sometimes these teams, we'd mentioned they look kind of panicky. They look a little fidgety, trying to get through the midfield, trying to play fast and furious. But sometimes when the game does open up and you can really see the whole field, you can take some time, and that does pay off, especially when you got that skill of Lion Blaze on display. T. Corell, they have skill as well, but not on that double tap. Nearly set up another goal for Ghost, but attack's not done. We might still see one. Lion Blaze straight into the ceiling. Can they wrap around this one? No. It's going to delicately roll out to the corner for Andy to clear.
Like Hawks' position at the midfield, though, keeps Ghost Gaming rallied on the offense. Good challenges from Soniqs. Ghost Gaming kept it in, but Andy got there first. Tips it to ZPS. A great redirect. Saved at the goal line by Ghost Gaming. It's brought back, and their backs are quite literally against the wall. Soniqs really want to time these challenges well, and it crosses in front of the net. Soniqs couldn't get the touch in time to have it cross, and Shock has to go up and above just to try and clear, but Soniqs bring it back again.
Oof. Soniqs are pixels away from some of these touches on the redirect. That's going to be another one, but tough angle will be proven out by that shot to the corner. Another 50 through, and they'll be Shock chasing it. They're always involved, Shock. Seems like they want to make sure that Soniqs are ever aware of their presence on the ball, and certainly causing a lot of confusion, a lot of distortion of the reads, and 20 seconds remaining. Might just come down to a silver goal territory here if someone can find that last shot, but would not be surprised if we're looking at OT in game one. You said it's a close series, and this is evidence of why.
Last play, last chance until overtime. Ghost Gaming, flick it above, dump it into the Soniqs end. Lion Blaze to the back wall. Lion Blaze has to follow up his own play, though. Ghost Gaming were falling back, and we enter overtime.
And here we are. We have to go to extra innings to figure out who is going to actually be able to come out on top. And I think this is pretty natural when you do have these teams in round two of the Swiss fighting to move on in the Swiss bracket going on to day two. And it's going to come down to close plays like that. Nice goal line save from Ghost, keeping things clear, and on we play.
Soniqs are looking real scary. Had Andy bumping into people in front of the net. Ghost Gaming took Soniqs took two really threatening shots. Right at the goal line, still saved. 30 seconds later, Ghost Gaming want to have some redemption here themselves. It's something going on the overtime, but they're just trying to read where ZPS is going, and it's tough. It's forcing a lot of chaos, and Ghost Gaming just got to maintain some control, but as soon as they want to cross the field, there's two defenders staring at them right in the eyes, and it's tough for Ghost Gaming to get anything done. Redirect, though, but not on target.
And Chog, they're looking for blood across that back end. I think that's why Hawks felt confident just chucking that on goal with two in the way, because as long as you disrupt the play, anything's possible, especially with passing plays to boot. That was Lion Blaze from deep. Not going to trouble T. Corell. Keep that goal line clear, but Soniqs really starting to feel the heat as they're pressed back again.
Now it's Ghost Gaming, still working, but you can't climb up to Andy. Passes again to ZPS. Ghost Gaming, gotta keep an eye on that zombie poop shark, which is apparently what ZPS stands for, and it made me chuckle every time I used to cast him back when he was on the Knights. But a minute 33, and it's tough. It's about completing these passes, and Soniqs did a good job of doing so, but they're on the defense, so how much does that really matter? As long as you take it away from Ghost Gaming and don't make any mistakes, and at the end, you just gotta cross the part of the field where Ghost Gaming are not keeping you trapped at, but Shock regains possession. 50 up in the midfield. Lion Blaze is gone. Soniqs have a real chance here, 3-on-2. But a decent clear from Ghost Gaming is buying a lot of time.
ZPS, critical challenge. One-on-one against the run of play, and now Soniqs can build a play of their own. It's Andy on the backboard. They're going to call their own number. Rejected by Lion Blaze in the Doomsday dish, but I do like to still play in that capacity. It seemed unexpected and why I got so close to going, but really half a game of extra game in. These bonus content, really these players busting it all out, making sure we have some quality entertainment in front of us, and gotta wonder, is the goal that's finally gonna break this deadlock going to be equally as interesting as this run-up to it has been? Another save from Shock.
I mean, I'm not even surprised at this point that overtime is just taking like half a game of Rocket League when it took really a long time for both teams to score. I mean, took Soniqs the first 18 seconds of the game, but Lion Blaze for Ghost Gaming had the equalizer around the 2-minute mark, so about halfway through the game. So It's been tough. Defenses hard locked, passes denied. It's tough to really develop anything besides just challenging out of panic. Now you can see Soniqs just measuring where Ghost Gaming want to clear this to and see if they can bait them out of the net, find any type of gaps, as that was almost the gap there that Ghost Gaming took advantage of.
It's going to be a deflection that Shock does not have. ZPS keeping it close. Not on the 50, though. TKRL actually missing that mid boost, so they're going to have to go all the way back. They'll be able to adequately control this one. That flick away does get away from them. Another deflection middle. Lion too tough for him. And it seems like everyone is positioned exactly where they think they need to be, and then the ball is just not living up to expectations.
Yeah. TKRL, though. I thought he had a good clear, but this just got stolen by Hoxer, and he does it again. He breaks the overtime, and Ghost Gaming take game 1.
I don't think TKRL had that read that they wanted to, but Hoxer certainly did. Look at that one from a tough angle, and on the counterattack, when you steal that one, you pickpocket the defense. You got to make it count, and it's exactly what the new Ghost Third is doing. Ghost Gaming keeping it rolling from last series, taking game number 1 in our promotion series to day number 2.
Yeah, those type of challenges, like in the box that Hoxer goes for, it's stuff that he did in the last series when he got more and more comfortable, like in the last 3 games when Ghost Gaming had that reverse sweep, is they kind of really realized the weaknesses in their enemy's defense, and Ghost Gaming took all the time in the world in this game 1 to really figure out the perfect moment to go for a risky play like that. Because it's overtime. I mean, any mess up, there's no response after that. That's the game. So Hoxer really pulled through for Ghost Gaming. But that's only game 1. We still got 2 more to go at least.
And granted, we did go to overtime, but that shot differential is +5. Not too crazy, but 12 and 17 from these teams. So no lack of offense. It's really going to be, at this point, it feels like the defense that has to show up. That's really what lost Soniqs that game number 1, that errant touch in the midfield and lack of ability to, let's say, improv off of that. So to get game number 2 underway here in Urban Central, that's, I think, the storyline I'm going to be following. Which team can be able to shut down the other one, especially in that midfield, prevent these shots from going through.
Yeah, if you're Soniqs, you gotta always be on your toes when it comes to Ghost Gaming, especially Hoxer. Lion Blaze off the back wall, wanted the second touch. Good save from Soniqs. Lion Blaze takes out ZPS. And the 3-on-2 from Ghost Gaming gets slowed down. Hoxer flicks it above. At least Ghost Gaming maintained possession. Shock about to do that. Yes, Lion Blaze sets up the pass. Andy reads that like a book. Turn the page, though, when Ghost Gaming still have control. But Soniqs know that this is getting out of hand. They got to challenge more. And I'm seeing that come out of Andy as Soniqs are making more and more space. But as the defense of Soniqs goes forward, Ghost Gaming are so close to finding the gap past the goal line.
Yeah, the Soniqs right now, they are forced into reacting. They're not playing proactively because that is what Ghost is doing. They're just throwing every shot forward. But granted, if you withstand the pressure, then you just got to take your own. What a save from Shock on the goal line. Still go with TKRL, but that's going to go well wide.
Soniqs are still putting on shots. Lion Blaze saves it again. Now it's time for Andy to react. It's slower to that, but it's still TKRL that bounces it down. ZPS dives. All 3 of Ghost Gaming are just in front of this net. So you have control of your Soniqs. You keep this going, but it's making it so difficult to actually convert this. You got to get so creative with it. Go for a passing play. Do something, even a demo at this point, because Soniqs are just absolutely suffocating Ghost Gaming.
And honestly, it was almost like Ghost had their time on offense, and now Soniqs said, no, it's not fair. I want my turn with the offense. And now they're really having it. They are not leaving well enough alone. Andy's all by himself, but that's all they need. The air triple into Lion Blaze. Last second save. TKRL is going to throw it right back in again. The flip reset doesn't use it. It's a sitter in front of net, and it's not going to be stopped this time. ZPS getting them in the lead.
No shot. This took this long, but whatever. Doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as it goes in. Soniqs spent minutes on this offense. We'll see the shot counters after that. But exactly, it was about getting creative and really finding the gaps. And when you have to tuck it in right next to the post like that, that's going to be difficult for Ghost to save. Now, Lion Blaze and Shock just get to bully their way forward and pass it to each other. So a quick response from Ghost.
Shot gets the assist here, but Lion Blaze securing the goal here just in case. Oh, actually got bumped into it. I didn't see that part. So, okay, a little less selfish than I thought, but that is unfortunate from Soniqs. All that beautiful build-up, all that masterful offense, and then it's all undone right off the kickoff.
Oh man, Ghost Gaming. I mean, those short type of passes, I mean, you can't get in the middle of that. That's just a pain sandwich waiting for you. Soniqs couldn't stop all that momentum that Ghost Gaming were building up. And Andy, what a dive! I can't believe that didn't go in! And Soniqs almost forgave that goal from Ghost. And now, these clears that could be baiting these defenses forward. ZPS over to Andy. Soniqs not threatened whatsoever. Needing to keep maybe the ball in the air a bit longer. And now that it's on the ground, Ghost Gaming were able to get a few touches and kind of stall it out in the midfield, and it brings Ghost Gaming back to an offense.
Shock actually not being able to get that boost, so they're going to have to go all the way back. That could have helped elongate Ghost attack, but instead, rotate all the way through. T. Corell going for a double. No read. Lion does get theirs, though. Nice clear out, and Shock will extend, so coast to coast transition, but not able to actually get that touch through. Deflection straight down, and T. Corell in the right place, the right time. Now it's their turn. Up to Andy, but I didn't think they anticipated that one. It's a nice air dribble to get past one, but not going to do much more than that. The 50 keeping things interesting, but ultimately going out to the corner.
Oh man, minute 13. I'm feeling another 1-1 overtime. How about you? Because it's just going that direction. The first overtime of game 1. 3 minutes and 48 go by. And I'm feeling like this could be another stalemate. Soniqs, see if they can keep Ghost Gaming here for as long as they can, because eventually that led them to a goal last time. But that's a good catch from Shock. Pops it up, tries to make space for Ghost Gaming, and now they're under fire again. Soniqs wait for the perfect moment to fire back, but will this be converted in the next 36 seconds?
Ooh, that's a lot of misses. Lovely little play from Shock, putting it around. T. Corell trying to get it in from the angle. Nice save. Now to the sideline. A little bit of intermingling between the defense, and ultimately it's going to lead way to Hoxer. They're taking it well over the goal, but no follow-up from Ghost. Everyone back. I don't think they want to take any risks. Rather take your chances in overtime than throw it away in regulation.
13 seconds until overtime. Ghost Gaming starting off their last play. Shock over to Lion Blaze. He's got the tip. Does he have the reset? He doesn't, but Hoxer's there to back him up from the left. Now Shock and Lion Blaze desperately need boost, and they start coming back. Ghost Gaming still have control. Hoxer bought a lot of time, but Soniqs with the clear, the ball lands on the ground, and we enter second overtime.
Honestly, even though this is not going to be series point, I think this is crucial for Soniqs to get this W. This is the closest they've looked. They had great offense. Everything's coming together, and they're not able to pull this one through. That's going to be such a backbreaker. It's one thing to lose in overtime. It's another to lose twice straight. So I'm looking to see what they have in store. Ghost Gaming has looked really nice up until we hit that overtime, but doesn't mean anything if you don't defend that backboard. It's Andy there for the victory.
Disgusting. Andy catches the boost, catches the ball off the backboard, and the double tap to the left side, and I thought the cross got more of that, and I think Ghost Gaming did too. Soniqs break overtime, thankfully, within the first minute, and also tie up our series 1-1.
It was a good play. We mentioned 3 minutes and 48 seconds in game number 1, and then we just need a quick 20. Just get the kickoff, get everything situated, and then, honestly, Andy, almost as surprised as I was that backboard was as open, and I think Ghost Gaming learning that lesson, the fundamentals of Rocket League. You might have 10,000 hours played, lads, but gotta have someone on that backboard.
Lads? That's so British of you.
I'm so cultural.
Oh my god. Just my British brain like popped up for a second. But I mean, close in terms of the shots. Maybe like Soniqs having a bit more. Now, I mean, to think that, what, 1 or 2 minute straight offense that they had at the start of the game, that was wild.
These shot counts are on it. It feels like this is like an anime battle right now with the amount of shots. It's so dramatically over the top. The fact that Soniqs put up 16 in basically just 5 minutes, and then Ghost Gaming, unfortunately, slumping here. They're not even able to hit double digits on shots. Ugh, that's a bit of a miscue from them, but they still look dangerous. This is not a situation where I feel like it's the pendulum swinging wildly back and forth where one team is dominating. It really is neck and neck all throughout.
Now it's a test of resilience of, can you really keep up the peak that you've been putting on at the start of the series? Does it even get better from here? Or does it fall short? Does the wind in the sails stop? Hawkster to Lion Blaze, and no! Saved by Soniqs!
I don't have any idea how that works out. I don't know how you keep that save out, but that's why they earn a paycheck and not me, because they're able to pull that out from nothing, and that's a good way to prevent going down early. Always an interesting way to start off a game, but it seems like we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to get our first leader.
They shock and set things off. Hawkster was looking for demos, or just circling his prey, I guess. But at least he head back just in time. Soniqs get sent away on their upcoming offense, heading back for boost. Not a lot of boost available for Soniqs right now, and that's why they're stuck on the defense. This Ghost Gaming approach. See what they could do. Shock is control. Lion Blaze is mid, and this is a really good setup from Shock. Oh my goodness. Andy denies it, though.
I was waiting for the challenge to come through. I was thinking there's no way they're just going to let Shock go all the way through. Maybe they didn't even think they had the angle, but Shock proves them wrong, and you always got to keep an eye on all three players. Sung the praises of really everyone except Shock, so to speak. Usually living up as the third man. It's not the most glamorous role, but your number gets called to be able to stand up. So that's exactly what they're trying to do right here. First man actually on this challenge, keeping it locked into the Soniqs half.
I mean, everyone was just trying to figure out a handshake in that corner. I don't know what was going on, but Ghost Gaming, like their spread right now. They got someone on the left and the right. Lion Blaze at the midfield. See Ghost Gaming now having a decent and long striving offense, but something that hasn't gotten a goal yet. Hawks are good demo, weakens the upcoming Soniqs offense, as Andy's not even allowed to grab boost, and now Soniqs starting to get starved as Ghost Gaming. They're bringing the ball back, kind of assessing the competition, waiting for Shock to move up, so he does. Chases around ZPS, wanting maybe the demo at that point. Now concedes that to Soniqs, and we still have a 0-0 game going into the second half.
Well, how much longer, though? That was waiting out in front of goal for a while. T-Corral in the follow, rejected. Fourth man and Lion Blaze combining for a nice save, and will be able to somewhat continue, but with 12 boosts, they can only use so much, and really, it's nearly more than enough. Good dunk in the middle. Getting closer and closer. It feels like we're right on the precipice of a goal, but somehow the defense able to pull through. A little bit of a miss, but not gonna hurt Ghost in the end.
Ooh, Ghost Gaming just hugging that right post, not letting Soniqs cross any type of territory. Shock with a good dribble off to the wall, and Andy was ready. Dumps it into the corner. Lion Blaze with the backup shot from Hawkster goes in. First goal of game 3 goes to Ghost Gaming.
This has got to be the epitome of terror. Lion Blaze taps, it's like, oh no, it's a double. Oh no, it's a bump, and then immediately smacks T-Corral out of nowhere. You can't react to that one, but that is why you act proactively. Love it from Lion Blaze to set up, and of course, Hawkster, Johnny on the spot, getting that goal.
Great shot placement from Hawkster, too, into the upper 90. Made sure he spent an extra second going to the right of the ball, because that's where Soniqs were, at the right side of the net. So he cuts to the upper left. That was good, and almost the second one for Hawkster as he's out of boost. Ghost Gaming, see if they can salvage this offense at all. T-Corral is just kind of waiting to see what kind of challenge comes out of Ghost Gaming. And now Andy gets taken out. That's a good redirect from T-Corral, but an even better save from Ghost Gaming.
Not over yet. T-Corral still lurking upfield. Lion Blaze just prowling in the air, trying to set up the next counter, but Shock's flick is able to stay dangerous. I think Shock has been around the box a lot, but they're still really patiently waiting for that pop-off moment. And so too are Soniqs. They have gotten rejected again, and now it's really them trying to mount the comeback, but it seems like they don't have that second player. They're getting good dunks. It's sitting around the Ghost Gaming goal, but yet to be actually able to be directly on target, try as they might with these half rotations.
Come on, Soniqs. You won game 2. Can't get shut out game 3. Where's the answer? You got 50 seconds to come up with it. As we set up it off the back wall, but Shock not going to let this play be easy for Soniqs. It's a drop down. It's a cut from ZPS. Save from Ghost Gaming. T-Corral. There's too much coverage on him. He starts to bump and make some space. Goes for boost instead. And now Ghost Gaming working on their second goal.
He's trying to drag it out, and you can see Andy in tow, but ultimately it's just a bit of a weird touch. Boost is very much hogged by one player. T-Corral has historically been able to be fueled up, be able to keep the attack going, but the other two players aren't really following suit. I think that's a huge issue of why Soniqs have struggled to maintain the offense. However, the 50s continue to be dangerous, linger around the half, and fortunately, all these 50s are not going to live up to anything unless they can go coast to coast this final play. Andy trying to keep it up, but Ghost just too strong. It will be a shutout, and it will be Ghost moving on to series point.
Out of all the opportunities we saw, Ghost Gaming were the only one who struck gold during that entire 5-minute game. And it was off of a really quick passing play, I believe. And no, was it the double tap? Now I'm mixing up my games, but it's just these quick plays that are so hard for Soniqs to react to. And Ghost Gaming then made sure that they didn't make any more mistakes, because usually Soniqs have an answer to everything Ghost Gaming throw at them. But in this case, Ghost Gaming walk away with game 3 and go to series point.
Yeah, I mean, still it's a close game. I think I'm a huge fan of that from Soniqs. The issue is that they've gotten so many brilliant 50s in front of net, close shots on Ghost, but it all falls short. And those sometimes can be the most frustrating. It's not that you're just getting dominated, just that the defense is just simply better from Ghost. They're able to keep the scoreline clear for them, and now moving on with all that momentum, got to find a way to throw them off the tracks and see if Andy, ZPS, and T-Corral have something up their sleeves, throwing something Ghost they have not expected yet.
Oh, shot down! Oh my goodness, from the crossbar down, ZPS keeps Soniqs' hopes alive.
Nice little snipe here. Shock just had to kind of dive at this one, but Lionblaze is in that no man's land. You're not on the goal line. You're not challenging the ball. You just kind of have to maybe play interceptor, but it's hard when ZPS is hitting rockets on net, as you mentioned, crossbar and down. And I said they needed to get back in the saddle. That's one way.
Oh man, Ghost Gaming. Defense under fire. Soniqs with a shot. Andy there. Double commit from Ghost Gaming, and no one home to stop what T-Corral has cooked up. 2-0 for Soniqs.
Okay, I see you, Soniqs. Everyone getting involved. ZPS with a great 50, Andy with a better 50, and then just coming down to T-Corral doing what they do best, putting it in on the open net. Never going to miss from there. And Ghost Gaming, I mean, this is why you got to play a full 5 minutes. There is no warm-up period when you're this deep into the series.
Yeah, and just that disconnect in communication from Ghost Gaming is going to cost them a goal. Make the work even harder for them. Andy, oh my god, the bump in the net too? Soniqs are here to play.
This is carnage. It all starts with just the quick reactions. T-Corral gets a 50 on it, and immediately Andy knows exactly what they're going to do. Chip over one, bump past the second, and they can just do it all. Soniqs just on a tear. This is lethal. We're on pace to even eclipse that Ghost Gaming 6-2 at this point.
God, it hasn't even been a minute, Soniqs. They're already dead. What happened? Ghost Gaming, stop. They're already dead. And look, they're on offense again. Okay, well, Hoxer read that, but not really. Lionblaze missing that touch now gives control back to Soniqs as Andy gets ready to challenge the corner. A double pinch from Ghost Gaming. I mean, that bought them some space. And we'll see if Lionblaze can set this up. Really good patience from T-Corral to block off that pass from Ghost Gaming. Let's see if Hoxer can make some magic happen. I think Shock might have missed that touch, and Soniqs had to double commit just to make sure that doesn't go in. Lionblaze, second touch. Mod check. Nope, not there.
Mod check indeed, because I was waiting for that shot and it just never came through, as I think Lionblaze wanted that one back. The follow through, I don't think they even realized how open it truly was, and opportunities like that from Ghost Gaming, I mean, okay, the caster mantra, you try to stay positive, there's always a way back in, but if you keep missing shots like this, every second that ticks down is going to be more and more panic levied against you as we really get down to crunch time. This is where it's still feasible, but it's becoming more and more unlikely as every second ticks by and Soniqs continue to just dominate on both sides of the ball. Not going to get that clear, but the shot, again, just not good enough. Follow from Hawks to get it rejected, and I guess third time's the charm. It's Lionblaze for one.
That keeps Ghost Gaming in a winnable position. Still 3 minutes, but that was quick for Lionblaze to get involved in the box when there's so many defenders in front, and the right shot placement too, cutting to the right side. Still got a lot of work if you're Ghost Gaming, and with that the kickoff win and the demo from Lionblaze, Ghost Gaming had a good head start.
And I think it's attacks like that that might just be what's required from Ghost. If you can't have that one-to-one play, maybe just send everybody, and eventually something's going to break. Soniqs' defense has played well, but can't be flawless at times. The offense is continuing to do its best to live up to that expectation, though, as that one going to go off the crossbar again, and Ghost is going to just take a breather here and build something more organic.
So Ghost Gaming thought they could approach, and ZPS with the long clear. I don't know about that touch, Ghost Gaming. At least they had the follow-up to not set up. Soniqs taking a shot off the back wall play, and that goes towards the net. ZPS with the save. Shock rallies. Andy goes to the left, or their right side, I guess. But Ghost Gaming have good control of the midfield. A redirect from Hawkster. T-Corral hugs the right post. Lion Blaze on the cross. And Shock got bumped in front of the net. So Ghost Gaming get nothing from that.
No Shock able to throw it away and get the extension through. Lion, that's not really all they could do with 30 boosts. Chuck it downfield. Couple demos ring through. That's 2 players out. It's only 1 remaining. The flip reset from Hawkster. That is taking your opportunity when it presents.
Oh, Hawkster is on fire today. He is playing really well. But good control of the ball there. The amount of times I've seen him just live in that box and just score when the other team thought Ghost Gaming were gone. Hawkster is living in their minds rent-free. Now 1 goal separates Ghost Gaming from a tie. Multiple demos, and Lion Blaze gets the equalizer.
I'm not usually a fan of cyberbullying, but this is as close as I'm going to get to supporting it from Shock. He's just going through. It's just a menace on the pitch right now. Soniqs keep looking at the ball. Their eyes are to the sky where it should be on the peripherals because they're getting sideswiped right into the graveyard. And it's a full comeback from Ghost Gaming, maybe even into the lead. Shock going to get rejected right at the end. Hawkster, double tap, flip reset. It's a sitter for Lion Blaze, but it's going to go over. Soniqs not going to give up this full comeback yet.
This game 4 is wild. In the first minute of play, Soniqs started off 3-0, absolutely dominating Ghost Gaming. And within what, like a minute or two, Ghost Gaming have the immediate clapback. And now it's down to the last minute. Will Ghost Gaming go into day 2 playoffs, or will Soniqs force the second game 5 of the broadcast? You see T-Corral and Andy doing their best to work their way forward to help Soniqs get a lead at the most crucial time. But if Shock gets a good touch here, oh, everyone from Ghost Gaming went left side, so if this crosses, they don't have great positioning to keep this going. Now Soniqs are getting demoed, so this is not good.
Yeah, that touch from Hawks, though, is a very good. T-Corral save better. Now to midfield. Just trying to get something out. It feels like I can feel Soniqs trying to carve out this clear. It can be so frustrating when you're in lockdown, but, I mean, heads up. You still got 10 seconds to go. Maybe one more attack. Apparently no is the answer to that one from Ghost. It's going to go all the way down, and maybe actually one more shot here for Hawkster. That's on target, but going to be cleared well wide by Andy, and I guess I'm not surprised. Levin, here we go with another OT. This time Soniqs trying to bring it to game 5.
3 out of the 4 games have gone to overtime in this series. It doesn't get closer than this, but it doesn't get quicker than that. Andy breaks it. Soniqs force game 5.
It's no longer feeling like a game 5. It very much is a game 5. We're going the distance, as is custom, and Soniqs really liking these quick OT goals after that first game. Getting one in 20 seconds now, just in 5. No muss, no fuss, and my goodness, I'm glad we didn't do predictions because this could go either way.
At least I didn't curse it. I know Jolly was getting mad. She's like, don't say it's going to be close, because every time a caster says a match is going to be close, it's a 3-0. Man, I read this. I had my crystal ball. Soniqs and Ghost Gaming, man, it's toe-to-toe.
I think this is really the crunch time. And this is where games get really out of hand, because I'm always curious about the stuff we don't get to see. Obviously, we get to see, oh, who's getting the shots, the flip resets, all the physical play, but how do you deal with that as Ghost? You had a 3-goal lead, and you dropped it all to lose that game. That's gotta be tough. So heading into Champions Field with qualification in a day 2 on the line, they gotta find a way to bounce back.
Then Ghost, Soniqs in terms of the order of win matches. So according to the script, I guess Ghost Gaming should be winning game 5. I don't know, someone PayPal me if that happens, because I think I'd be a literal magician. But oh my god, that was almost a first goal for Ghost Gaming, and it's still possible. Really good touch from ZPS. I saw Hawkster dive for that.
It's actually going to still hang around. T-Corral is trying to get any semblance of touch on that. I think that shows just how much Ghost Gaming is in the back of their lizard brain, always trying to be alert to the danger. And Right now, they're just trying to desperately get these touches to get the clears. Kind of high lobs out into the side, and as you can tell, Ghost Game with their deep rotations, they're playing the same thing. They're just kind of patiently waiting to see who makes the first move.
T-Krell gonna make sure that Ghost Gaming can't use that back wall, and Hawkster's getting real tired of your business. And Shock is now the last layer of Ghost Gaming, and Soniqs still break through that. And now we're still at a minute gone by, and Soniqs haven't scored 3 goals. I guess they're just different now.
I mean, it is still lurking for both these teams, and I love how you almost see just, you know, pass shot, clear shot, pass shot, clear shot, and then occasionally someone will just get like a little flick and suddenly it's, oh, didn't expect that. And that's really the difference, I think, between these two teams. If you could really find a way to delicately place those hits in, those weird, unexpected touches, I think it really throws everyone through a loop, but granted, you don't want to give up a quality shot for that, so you gotta pick your spot carefully. Kind of like this from ZPS. That was well placed in the back post, but Shock was ready for it.
Now this falls back. The Lion Blaze. Ghost Gaming, he got the first touch, but maintaining possession for Ghost Gaming is a whole different story. Now Andy is just going to carry this. He's getting chased by Shock, and Shock's bringing the mitts out. He's like, I'm going to deal with this the old-fashioned way if you don't stop. Now Ghost Gaming under fire, and CPS with the double tap off the cross starts things off hot for Soniqs.
Ghost Gaming under fire, and they've been fully set ablaze by this one. Lion Blaze, Hoxer, Shock, all looking at the ball, just desperately trying to get any touch on it, but only touch is going to be from Soniqs, getting that lead just before halftime. And now this is going to be my favorite part, to see how Ghost deals with this. Do you turn on the aggression, do you try to get right back in, or do you try to pick your spot more carefully and be a bit more patient at the risk of really falling behind if you don't step it up soon? How about a triple tap for response? Well, I guess there's my answer.
We just saw a double tap from CPS, and Lion Blaze is like, I gotta step up my game. Let's set a new high score. How about 3? And Ghost Gaming always have the equalizer ready to go almost immediately after Soniqs do anything. 1-1 going into the second half. It really doesn't get closer than this for a chance to go into the Day 2 playoffs. See what T-Krell can do. He's got a friend to the left side, and Lion Blaze saves.
It's going to be another touch forward. ZPS, nice read. And the immediate follow-up from Andy will keep things very competitive. T-Krell's trying to join in on the action. They felt a little bit left out. Might be leaving them open to a counterattack, but CPS saw that coming. They're all the way back. Shock can only tap that one off the sidewall, but nothing much doing here. And now that we're level here, everything's on the table. It's everything down to execution. These have been very incredibly close games, so I think that's really what I'm looking for here at the conclusion as well.
Now ZPS with delicate control, easily disrupted by Lion Blaze. Soniqs work together, shot off the back wall. Now maybe this goes over to T-Krell, but now he's leaving. He's going for boost. He's trying to meet Hawkster halfway, turns the ball on a dime. And Soniqs still, like, they're good at keeping Ghost Gaming where they're at, but not necessarily getting any shots in.
Yeah, but Andy trying their best to get the air dribble bumps. I think Ghost has learned their lesson. Lion is able to, arc that back. They're playing tag in the playground, just trying to avoid that touch because they know that's all they need. Andy, just one uninterrupted look at you on offense, and it's going to be our undoing. T-Krell tries, they might to use that solo mechanics. They've been kept somewhat quiet. Honestly, I'm curious to see what they have in store for us at the conclusion of this game, which is approaching very quickly. The end very much on its way. So we're reaching that final minute, and these balls are ricocheting all the way around. Pinball in the midfield, but no real chances.
And good job from Soniqs to also stop the pass that was going to Lion Blaze, where he could have redirected that in for a Ghost Gaming lead. Now Hawkster versus T-Krell, and they collide, and that bounces out of the net, but it's recovered by Ghost Gaming. But passes over to Hawkster. Looks like Ghost Gaming will concede that. Everyone rotated back for boosts. Now they're back in time as Andy gets up and above. It goes right into the hands of Hawkster, so Soniqs not able to follow that up yet.
Well, that's a nice contact from Lion Blaze because it's going to be setting up Hawkster on the tee. Now, putting forward is Andy. Another air dribble down, just trying to get out of their half, buy some time for the rotation back, which T-Krell will oblige with getting that mid boost, but not that challenge. Off ceiling, Shock, corner, double tap, Andy straight down. One more chance for Shock. It's an open flick and a brilliant save from ZPS. One more touch in from Hawkster, but that's going to go well wide, and it can only end one way. But it's a Game 5 overtime.
These players are getting paid hourly. I swear. There's 4 overtimes in 5 games. It doesn't get closer than this. I swear. Post gaming. Okay, well, the last overtime was what, broken like a couple seconds? That one, it's almost 15 already. We've already broken the record. We've had the longest overtime of what, like almost 4 minutes, and then the quickest one with like 10 seconds. Now Ghost Gaming with a few shots. Oh, man. Almost a really cool redirect, I think, by Shock in front of the net. Now T. Corell can maybe pass this over to ZPS, but it's a little bit above him. T. Corell's going to help him out. Now it's about to deposit this in front of the net. ZPS and Andy hammering this cross like no one's business, and somehow this is still 1-1.
Honestly, players are paid hourly, but the crossbar is getting paid a stipend as well. It's doing work here. Maybe able to make sure that stays clear for the Ghost Gaming defense. Hoxer, a little bit of slow play. Can they beat T. Corell? The answer to that is a defiant no. And even on the counterattack, T. Corell, more power than I anticipated. Nearly too much for Shock to handle, but will be able to peter out somewhat as Andy just tries to float one in the corner, but not going to be able to get past 2 defenders.
Oh, Soniqs are looking real good, though. But you got to stop that lane. That Lion Blaze is forging past, and this goes to the right post. Lion Blaze takes out Andy. Soniqs 2-on-3 manages to get out of their own end. Now ZPS made a ton of space, but really not with much goal. But now with T. Corell getting that demo. Had this 3-on-2 for Soniqs, but really just to buy them time so they can grab some boost, kind of slow things down a bit. Ghost Gaming are here, knocking at the door, looking to break this Game 5 overtime to go into tomorrow. And Lion Blaze setting things up for Shock, and the pass is still bumped and denied. But Lion Blaze, over to Shock. Nope, done again.
Just slapping it away. As always, that 4th defender, some of the most consistent you're going to see. They know their position, they play it well. T. Corell trying to just really forge a new position every time they go forward. They've tried to be in the mix, cause some chaos, but apparently Ghost Gaming has enough of a fortitude in the backfield that they're able to lock things down. 2 minutes through. Last time we went this far down, Ghost Gaming was able to take it in OT. Soniqs are the experts of the early time, so let's see if they can master this late game, get that endurance between hits, probably biting into an energy bar, drinking some form of energy drink because they're going to need it. This one's turned into a marathon.
I mean, Soniqs, I just feel like they've been dominating this like 2.5 minutes of OT, maintaining most of the control, having some decent shots in. Had my heart palpitating, honestly, in the last couple of plays. And I'm sure the same thing for Ghost Gaming. Good touch from Shock, but it goes to T. Corell, brings it back, double commit. What a good catch from Shock to just immediately work on that clear. Baits out ZPS. Ghost Gaming have made some space.
And Soniqs lost it. That's an infield pass. A nice shot. And Andy pre-flip with a save. It's brilliantly done. ZPS equally to it. Able to flick that one down. Can they do it themselves? Lion says no. Nice little tap to the side. Keeping it clear. End-to-end action. And we get these little spurts of energy where people think that they have that opportunity, but the defense continually up to the task.
Game 1 was 3 minutes and 48 overtime, and Game 5 about to end almost the same way, if not longer. Lion Blaze shot! That was so fast. I can't believe T. Corell still saved that. Now Sonic stuck in the net, so it's full control to Ghost Gaming. Attempt to clear, and so many commits into the net for Sonics to barely save these shots from Ghost Gaming. They're lightning fast. Hoxer recovers this. Up into the air, looking for someone to pass to, doesn't see anyone, tries to make a play of his own, but there's so many defenders chasing him around. And you got 2 of Sonics chasing the ball, and Ghost Gaming still have control. Now Hawks are taken out, might relieve Ghost Gaming from the Sonics defense. Let's see if Sonics can convert this time.
Ooh, that's not a good clear because it's right into the corner. T. Corell trying to get a dunk. Shock will be able to tuck it just over. Lion with a roller. I don't think Andy anticipated that, but doesn't matter. They're fast as heck. Able to get back to that again, and it continues on this slog almost towards it. But I would say that if it was boring, this is very much so something that I'm going to need a physical afterwards, because I don't know how much more of this I can take. T. Corell is likewise trying to end it right here with a bump, but seemingly, as always, Shock is there.
I just can't believe the amount of scary shots Sonics have put on, and Ghost Gaming have had a couple of opportunities too. Now 5 minutes, a whole game of Rocket League, like a game 6 just is happening in front of your eyes, everyone. And this is to determine who's going into playoffs tomorrow for a chance at $2,000 for first place. Line plays! Oh, and almost the second tap! Slightly bumped by Soniqs. Puts the shot off target. But Soniqs are not even out of the woods yet. Ghost Gaming are still completing passes. Hawkser from the ceiling down to Lion Blaze! And that doesn't go in either. And it still continues for Ghost Gaming. Shock over to maybe Hawkser, I think, to the left side. Demos, they've taken out ZPS, but this rolls cross field. And Soniqs have bought time to get all 3 back.
Shock looking for a double, not gonna hit it, but you almost see a tactical up there. Hawkser with a roller, and my goodness, this director just really loves to show the audience the most suspenseful play. What is that from ZPS? Fallen from the heavens, a pinch to end it.
I can't even believe this. Ghost Gaming were just both at the same place. Not enough spread at the end of the day. The longest overtime on broadcast. Broken by Soniqs. Game 5. They're winning. They're going into tomorrow. But don't worry, Ghost Gaming, it's not the end of the road for them. They've done enough work so far to still have a chance to qualify. But they'll have to play a few more matches to really confirm that.
Oof, of all the ways to end it, that feels fitting. It's going to be something weird. It's going to be something wild, completely out of left field. But, I mean, all these statistics aside, a fantastic series. And that's exactly why I like Swiss, is that it starts off maybe a little tame, but then down the stretch, when you get to these round 2, 3, 4, these games are so incredibly competitive, and I think that's what we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see the last from Ghost. They still got some more shots to be able to qualify in the next day, but well done from the Soniqs. They're going to be moving on. Their job is done. They can rest up for what is sure to be an equally crazy day, too.
And I'm sure Jolly's jaw is just on the floor. That we've had so many crazy games. Let's bring her back. I mean, game 5s. So many of them in day 1. Jolly, what did you think of that series?
Game 5s. We're also talking about 4 out of 5 games going into overtime, including, we were on to game number 7 at that point,
Yeah.
right? You had to pass 5 minutes into overtime. That's not even collective. We had a couple 1 5-second overtime as well, and that one was really up in the air. It could have gone either direction. Both teams looking exceptionally good, but it is going to be Soniqs for now that lock their place into the playoffs tomorrow. Of course, there's plenty of time. It's still a 2-1 score line right now that we can see going forward here for Lion Blaze, the rest of his team. And speaking of Lion Blaze, I gotta shout out Mama Lion Blaze is in the chat. I love to see mothers, fathers, honestly, most of the time it's moms, which is just so touching to me. Apparently T. Carell also has an incredibly supportive mom in the scene as well. We didn't see her pop into chat today, but I have to call it out. I love to see that kind of support. And you know what? This just means maybe it's good. Lion Blaze is like, mama, I'm setting up some more games so you can watch us some more today before going into the playoffs tomorrow, right? They only need to take 1 more series to continue to move forward here, but we love to see it exceptionally played from everyone. And on the other side of things, right, if y'all were checking out the B stream, theirs ended a lot earlier. It was still out to a game 5 series though, and it was Manzana who actually took our series, or our event #1 win, that managed to skate through with that one. So they stay alive, but that means that Gentlemen's unfortunately are the first team that we bid adieu to officially here on this broadcast. And you know what? This is the last series for the two of you guys. Lemmy Kiwi, Danger Taco, Jen, I don't think you're going to be here tomorrow either. So I'll first allow you to say your thanks, your goodbyes, whatever. Take the floor.
Thanks, Jolly, for having me here. I'm just kidding. Well, man, I mean, if day 1 we had this many game 5s, I mean, the fact that our game 5 just took tremendously longer. Talk about we had like 2 almost 4-minute overtimes. It just spells like the level of competition that we have for the AAA Challenger Series, and I'm just so excited who's going to be making it into tomorrow. Seems like everything is going according to the script, except maybe Torrent, who got 3-0'd by XZ earlier. So we'll see if even Torrent are going to make it into tomorrow, because that would be kind of wild if they didn't.
Absolutely. And Danger Taco, you joined us for the first 3 series of the day. I do believe you will be back tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So, of course, people can tune in tomorrow for the real rundown and the fight for the prize money. But for today, at least, we're going to say goodbye to you. So I'll give you the stage for a little bit.
Honestly, big fan of how this has all been progressing, but I think the main thing that I have my eye on is, and everyone's saying, man, oh my goodness, bracket, so many teams that can go the distance, but in the shadows, in day 2, you have Oxygen, United, Accrue, and Rogue waiting to play them, just slowly tapping their fingers together, waiting to be able to sink their teeth into some of these teams, because it's going to be close as heck in the Swiss, but you still have so many rounds to go, so it's a matter of endurance. That's why we have to split it across these 2 days.
Well, coming up next for the next 2 series of the day, I got the Seafood Squad, all right? I got Bass from the Past, I got Squid TV coming in here to join us. So we bid adieu, of course, to Lemon Kiwi and Danger Taco. Thank you so much for joining us on here. We're going to be taking one more short break before hopping into series number 4 for the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more AAA Challenger Series.
Our grandfather built it with his own 2 hands. It's been through 3 generations, going on 9 cribs. It's had a couple of facelifts over the years. The 70s weren't so kind. The scuffs and the cracks are just memories. And some have been patched up, others preserved. So when we talk about this house, we do it with love, not through some chatbot.
I completely understand.
was all alone. And you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? I saw you all alone.
All right, we are back to it. Sorry about that delay, guys. But as you can see, I do have Bass from the Past. This section, Bass from the Past over here. And this is not Squid. This is still Danger Taco. Yeah, you gotta take a quick look right there, Taco.
Is it sure?
Squid, unfortunately, is having some issues. We might be able to get him on later. But for now, we have the fantastic Danger Taco still here with us. So we are gonna get, you know, it's not quite the seafood squad, but it's the Bass Tacos, I guess is what we got going up. So let's take a quick look at who we have, because we want to get into the games as quickly as possible. Randoms, Chronic, 2-Piece, and Knight going up against Flashes of Brilliance. This is an elimination match. Both of these teams sitting at 1 and 2. So whoever loses in this next best of 5 series will end up dropping down out of the tournament here. Of course, that Swiss bracket. And I think we've got quick predictions I'm going to toss to you guys. We're going to start with Danger Taco, and then we'll go to Bass, and then we're going to right into the game.
Randoms are fast and furious, but at the end of the day, FOB, this is their org. They got plot armor. I believe in that storyline. I've read the script. Wait, no, I haven't. There's no script. This is definitely all natural. Anyway, I would say FOB takes this because I like their adjustment, and randoms feel a bit dicey for my taste.
I legitimately thought you were about to be. I like FOB because I like their employer, and I was about to be like, all right, well, I mean, fair enough. You know, that's also accurate. But listen,
They're the real
as
heroes.
much as I want to bet on FOB here, I think I gotta go with randoms. The reality is that randoms are a team that have shown they can basically beat anybody. Like, they've beaten NRG, so maybe they had a slow start here today, but I don't think they're ending slow. I think these guys have hit the gates running, and finally they have found a full sprint.
I like it. We got a split desk. I'm not even going to break the tie here. I'm just going to say I predict the winner. So I'm going to pass it off to you guys. Danger Taco, Pass from the Past. Take it away as we get into series number 4 of the day.
Thanks so much, Jolly. And yeah, we'll be going into match number 4, and I'm excited. And you say randoms beat NRG, but I mean, I watch a decent amount of esports. NRG, I mean, I didn't even see with the major. Were they there? I was 100%. I mean, I was in that audience. I didn't see him, so I don't know. I mean, I guess I need to be up to date with those bubble teams, but these are not these like those types of teams. These are top-notch competitors here in our AAA Challenger Series, facing elimination, and that's why you need to hit those shots. A goal line stop to start us off.
All right, so this is how we're starting our day here. We're going to get right into this one with absolute offensive power, and honestly, not surprised to see which one of the two teams it is. Flashes of Brilliance, like we said, a little bit stronger on the day, not a bad time. Randoms needed a bit of time to try and catch up, and so maybe now, maybe here, they have caught up. Very quick start as Randoms find the first goal.
Nice hit from Knight and Spider doing what they can, but Jacob just has to kind of watch that one. They turned upfield, not anticipating the shot was immediately going on, and place it better next time. Back post, low corner. Nothing doing to save that one, and it's going to be first goal on the board here as FOB really going to have to try to come back here. You do not want to let randoms really get on a tear.
No, you do not. Randoms are a team that really thrive with their momentum. A lot of that is the fact that it is a rather young team. Two-piece Chronic and Knight. Not a lot of RLCS experience around them, so they don't used to competitions with levels of play like we have here today. So hopefully they can keep their heads on their shoulders here and play rather strategically. But so far, they've at least been able to keep themselves with a 1-goal lead. Could have been something a little bit more spectacular after that. Not quite able to go cross-court as randoms are able to go march to end, but not able to get a shot off on target here. The corner becoming highly contested as I think Flashes of Brilliance saw that initial goal, looked a little bit uncomfortable, but now they're starting to find a response.
And the shots will continue to rain through on a double tap there. Jacob, I said they look lost on the defense. Not the case on offense. Getting an equalizer back off a brilliant setup off the ceiling.
Oh my word, Jacob. All right, so he's hearing us talk about the young guns here. How about the old dog? Teach them a new trick and they can do things like that. Double touch to open up the score line for Flash of Brilliance here. And Taco, we're only about a minute into this one, and those are the 2 goals we've seen so far.
Yeah, so they're setting the bar pretty high, but I know that they can leap to meet it every time they need to, and Jacob does just that, leaping to get that save out. Another one thrown off on the backboard, well dealt with from Spider, and now it seems like they're more willing to take the cautious route with these dribbles on the ground, trying to bait in these 50s, or just going right underneath. Knight with a fake. I would say it was ill-timed, but it still barely creeps to the goal line. Saved away, though, by FOB. The confidence to bust that out right at the end. Might have been able to put that goal through, but like to see it from both these teams in a game 1.
They're getting really aggressive here in game number 1. Challenges like that off the ceiling go to show it. Jacob in the face of his opponents and really not giving them any room to breathe. He's will try and set up one of his teammates as well, but it's not going to work out. The defense for randoms may look a little bit chaotic, but it's working out as they are able to send this one to the other end here. And it does feel like both teams are, oh my word, throwing caution to the wind. We see a quadruple commit and then a double commit. So, FOB, you might be playing well, but maybe let's find some consistency as we get down to halftime.
Well, Sloan said he wins the race, but it'll get you demoed as well. That's going to be Spider dispossessed. Good save there on the follow. Randoms not going to be sending 3. Knight will turn away, and good that they did. They're able to possess that back into 2-piece, but Cream's able to get there for the read and maybe even the dunk beyond it. Knight is desperately backpedaling, but likewise as their opponents, they're always able to get that last-second save on We Play. His deflections will continue to ring in, waiting for that go-ahead goal in the final 2 minutes.
I was going to say we got a little bit more of a settle down here, but it doesn't really feel like that. The corner is just very heavily contested, similarly to all the other balls we've seen on this pitch. Like that fake out from 2-piece, though, it might actually open up the net, and Knight will find the second goal. Brilliant play out of midfield will net randoms their second.
Always a huge play of touches like that from 2-piece. You can see Creams creep all the way over to the sideline. They're waiting for it to go up the line, but instead 2-piece baits that in, flicks it in middle, and then no one on FOB ready to get back onto that back post. Well-placed shot yet again from randoms. It's really been their bread and butter, just getting an open shot and being able to slot it perfectly.
That's a big thing right now, is that randoms are just kind of waiting for their opportunities while both teams are playing extremely aggressive. I feel like Flashes of Brilliance are trying to disorganize and really just keep all of randoms uncomfortable for this game. And although it's not working out, maybe in the future they can find a little bit more resistance. Good thing, they do have about 100 seconds left here in this game. Plenty of time for Flashes of Brilliance to get back into this one, but we talked about this before. Randoms are a team that thrive on momentum. Giving them a couple of stunting goals like that to start this game off, not really going to do much for your momentum against them. So let's see, can Flashes of Brilliance find something here, or are they just going to get scored on again? Knight sets up his teammate 2-piece, finds the back of the net, and possibly finds the game here for randoms.
And this is a nice challenge by Knight, because it's not about whether they follow it up, it's whether or not they beat that first challenge, and it's all on FOB to get a second. Cream's expecting maybe more power regardless. That backflip is not going to save any shot. 3-1 to randoms, comfortable lead, but as you know, FOB, they're not helpless. Jacob showed that we give them space, they can be deadly with it. Now it's up to Creams and Spider to live up to that expectation. That backboard clear not going to go. This one going to be well wide, and unfortunately these deep rotations for FOB not going to be helping them in the final minute.
It's not really helping them whatsoever here. It feels like they're still playing very patiently after what was an aggressive start. The drastic differences here in these adaptations are not a bad idea, but look what happens when you put on a good shot. Where is the follow-up? No one from FOB is prepared, and then you've got Jacob and Cream is basically in the exact same corner there, deciding how they want to try and continue this offense. Feels like Flashes of Brilliance are being a little bit in the middle ground right now. No man's land, if you will, as they're trying to play aggressively, but also trying to play passive enough that they don't get caught off guard on their defense here. So 30 seconds to go. I think that maybe at this point, let's just chalk up game number 1 and let's focus on the adaptations in game number 2, because if they do anything too drastic here, it's just going to give further momentum to the randoms.
And that's certainly not going to help with momentum. The demo out of the corner, but be not able to really capitalize through that. Spider, we get dispossessed. Jacob, high lob, but that's really all they can do with it. There's not really any options on the table for them, and unless they get something right now, it's not going to come through, and Two Piece will not be too generous with that. The pass tonight, that's going to waste down all the time. FOB understanding this one's a GG. We're moving on into game number 2 with randoms in the series lead.
This is why I was saying randoms are a hard team to try and take down, not necessarily because they're always perfect in the way that they play, but once they find that momentum, once they really start to find that confidence, it can carry them a very long way. And I would say the main player to watch here on this team that's going to do that is going to be Two Piece. He scores 2 goals and picks up an assist here in game number 1, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the least amount of goals he scores throughout this series here. He's a very capable player with extremely solid mechanics, so unless Flashes of Brilliance can try and start dispossessing these guys a little bit earlier than they're doing right now, I have a feeling randoms are about to start stunting all over this pitch.
Yeah, and the one thing I love about the random squad is that typically when people come into chat, you know, well-rounded people, go to bed at midnight, wake up maybe a little bit earlier for work, and you're going to see Flash of Brilliance, you're going to see Ghost Gaming, you're just going to see these nights. But if you stay up a little bit longer into what's called the demon hours, that's when you run into people like the randoms. These guys are up grinding at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. They are just demons on the pitch, and it is so hard to stop them when they're on a roll. They are so fast, so mechanical, and this is why they're the randoms. You might not have heard of them, but you will soon if they keep up this level of play. FOB learning that the hard way, and going into game number 2, a lot of adjustments to make.
While we have the time here, hashtag sign randoms. Come on, do this already. This team needs someone. They need some sort of home here, and the home may be the back of the net for right now. They're starting to drill shots on target already into game number 2, forcing a double commit out of Flash's Brilliance, really leaving them exposed, and this is not the way the Flash's Brilliance wanted to start this game. We said they needed confidence. A double touch like this might just take it away. Knight fakes out the first one. Creams makes the save on the second shot. A brilliant idea out of randoms, just barely turned away.
One of my favorite things, the tactical whiff, going up for it, and then just calling into your second player, hey, take this off me, and then like handing it off to them. But even despite all that, Evan having a shot on that follow-up, it's still not enough, and that is a chance it's going to go by the wayside. I don't think really the side of random's going to be sweating it too much. You know, they had plenty of offense, a cornucopia of opportunity in the game number 1, so I'm sure that it's going to not weigh too heavily on them, especially because right now they're comfortable just waiting back and getting on top of these loose balls from FOB. There's another 50 they're going to win, and 2P is going to send it right back in the corner.
I don't know about you, Taco, but right now it feels like Flashes of Brilliance aren't really focusing on their offense to the degree that I think they should. Yes, obviously you need to prioritize defense, but if you're going to only send one player at a time, you basically need them to just pop off. There's no other way to put it here. Versus randoms who are really using a 1-2 offense. It feels like Flashes of Brilliance are sending their first man, hoping that they do enough damage to really penetrate the defense, and then just kind of waiting to see what happens afterwards. If they want to try and get against this randoms team, they need to be a little bit more in the face of their opponent. Speaking of in the face, wait a minute, Two Piece gets credited for this? I think he just stole this from Chronic.
Yeah, Chronic, I think that was going in, but at the end of the day, sometimes you need a goal line secure. Who knows what Jacob would have been able to do with that. Their back tire caught the near post, but who knows, that player's been around the scene for a while. They'd find a way to save it. So even though that is a play made by Chronic, it's going to be 2 Piece getting their team on the board, and it's really how they have to do it. Everyone has to be clicking. Everyone has to be there on the follow-throughs, because sometimes first chance is not going to be strong enough.
Not going to be strong enough here, and that's why we're saying Flashes of Brilliance, you need to start making those adaptations. Game number 1, we were a bit critical because of the fact that you made so many drastic changes within the span of a single game. Here in game number 2, though, if you don't make those drastic changes, this series could be over because the randoms, they have found their spark, and it has turned into a fire 2-0 in favor of the randoms.
You got to feel for Spider, and they're back of the goal just trying to defend on low boost, and then the ball goes in the worst possible position, a laser off the backboard, and they're not able to get that read. Randoms are just slapping it right back on in, and the offense will continue. I have to agree with your earlier point there, Bass. Flash's Brilliance not focusing on the offense, but I can't really blame them. It's hard just to even get on it. These longer clears are not leading to the pressure they want because these rotations are just so deep, and it's not going to help them if they're always playing defense. Cream's able to get a quality first touch, but on these build-up, on these transitions, that's where they really need to make it count.
They really need to change something up here. Definitely, I think we can agree, this is not the play style that they're going to be able to work with if they want to win this series. The Flashes of Brilliance want this one. They've got to find a different way to really threaten the randoms because, again, with that confidence, with that momentum comes their ability to not necessarily play as sloppily on the back half here. I was going to say less double commits. That's maybe not the best time, but is Chronic actually going to turn this into a shot? Almost is able to. But, yeah, randoms look very comfortable on their back end right now, and then Flashes of Brilliance want a way through. They got to start disrupting these guys, making sure that there's disorganization on the back half that doesn't allow them to be nearly as prepared for these shots. That time was pretty clever. I appreciate what Flash's Brilliance are going for there, but now they got to execute. 2 minutes to go. Not a lot of time if you want to not have to reverse sweep on the series.
Knight's going to give that away right to Jacob. Perfectly read. Two-piece. Trying to clean it up, and the fake challenge from Creams will temporarily get some possession. And as I say that, actually, Knight had to backflip into that one on the half flip, actually, to get that save through, and this is the most under pressure that I've seen randoms, and even still, they're able to just get enough of these touches. Cream's open shot, and it's gonna be off the bar.
Oh, that felt like that could have been the one. That's the goal you need to just try and turn that series around for you. As it stands right now, randoms hold all the momentum. They hold everything in this game here. They're dictating pace of play, controlling the midfield, and not allowing Flashes of Brilliance to gain momentum in their favor. And that's why that goal is going to hurt so much, or I guess lack thereof a goal. They're back on the prowl, looking for more momentum, looking for a shot. But with a minute left, Taco, we're looking down the barrel of a reverse sweep. Not if you can make a demo play like that. Jacob to find the first goal for FOB.
As soon as Spider hit this, I'm thinking, man, that's not going to bounce well for them, but it's because it doesn't need to. They trust their teammates there, and as long as they clear out that goalie, it is a red carpet for Jacob, scoring both the goals here for FOB this game, this series rather, with 62 seconds remaining. They could bring this one level, but got to make sure they execute to perfection. That will not be enough. Immediate counterattack, two-piece, no double. Knight onto the backboard, going for themselves, and gonna be a miss. Now here comes the counterattack. It's a lead blocker, but Creams is gonna miss. Chronic will not on that 50, puts it right back in the corner.
I have so much props for Chronic on that play. He had 0 boost in the tank and knew it's either now or never. Either we get scored on the counterattack, or I challenge here and make the perfect 50-50 to keep us away from danger. The unfortunate thing is that they haven't gotten that far away from danger. 30 seconds to go, and Flashes of Brilliance are starting to find themselves some more consistent offensive pressure. Can they find a shot? Creams 50-50 out in midfield means Jacob needs to find a follow-up. We'll get it around 2, and Creams will find the follow. 2-2, FOB. Brilliant way to tie us up.
No boost, one player to one ball. Two-piece and Chronic are both going across, and Jacob, just the seasoned veteran, has the instinct to just throw that one back into the middle. It's an unconventional passing play, but they all count the same.
Oh my, FOB, they have found themselves a light at the end of the tunnel. Now, can they keep on a chugging? 10 seconds to go here. They can end this one in regulation, Taco, or they could also lose it as well. They notice that. They're going to start to retreat here, and as randoms get one more offense together, they've got to hold out or we go to an overtime. Wait a minute, FOB actually might be able to keep this one alive. Just barely missing, but indeed, we go to overtime. Game number 2.
I like the confidence there from Creams, trying to flip at it just to keep it up a bit longer to see what they can do with it. But he will go to overtime, and Jacob is not going to do much with it except tap it right up to Creams. The full comeback. All it takes is a seconds in OT.
Oh my, you can see randoms, no idea how to deal with this one. Miss on the backboard, 2 players go flying and 2 players will miss. FOB find the second game, and now Taco, we got a series on our hands.
And this one from randoms, this one has to be one where you're just banging your head against the desk. That was in your control, even to the last goal for FOB before overtime. That was a 2-player committing. They're both kind of just looking at the ball, got to get on top of it. And I'll say props to Jacob for being able to set up that play, get them in that position, and FOB does the rest in OT, ending it so quickly right off the kickoff. And honestly, that is a very intelligently played series. No panic, just taking it 1 goal at a time. And now, as you said, we got a series. It's 1-1, and really everything's might open up from here.
Oh yeah, 100%, especially considering I think FOB are starting to open up lanes for themselves. Notice 6 demos in their favor, not a single one for the random. So we were talking about disrupting their defense. What if there is no defense? Why don't you just take them off the pitch altogether and all of a sudden find yourself with some open nets? FOB, I think they have found that adaptation that you and I were looking for, Taco, but can they consistently do that here in game number 3? Will the randoms find a response? They're already trying to find themselves a response here. 10 seconds into the game, and already we're going end to end here as FOB starts to start up their first offense as well. Oh, and almost get a goal from it.
I like that from Creams, following the double tap and getting the boost steal, and that will enable them to at least have more of an elongated attack. Now it's even more boost in the tank, off the ceiling, off of the lip, and that's a heck of an angle from Jacob. I like the confidence, but going to be well wide. Spider keeping it in the mixer, and maybe even getting something else, just keeping it high on the lob, no more boost, but it's fine. They're going to steal some and rotate right back out.
Rotating out, and it's looking like this one might be a little bit calmer of a game than the last 2 here. We're going end to end, but it doesn't feel like the shots are nearly as threatening. We're not seeing as much panic from the defense. They're a lot deeper, I think, is part of the reason why the teams are not necessarily trying to force these offenses. They're just kind of waiting for golden opportunities. That could have been one right there for the randoms, but as there's a miss out of midfield, an easy 50-50 will send it the other way and almost send it on target. Jacob trying to get a little bit fancy with that one there, but it's not going to work out. Not for the moment, but speaking of working out, randoms again going end to end here. There's almost no midfield presence right now, Taco. A bit surprising, and maybe we can get a little bit of normalcy as Spider starts to try an offense.
Yeah, stealing the boost, getting the ball in a weird position, and 2-piece with a brave catch and dribble. That could have worked out very poorly. Seen that end very unfortunately for many a team, but apparently randoms are not going to be making that up, but I agree that his midfield presence is really non-existent. A team that has been really trying to play a lot of midfield passes, a lot of solo plays, is just getting met, and when they do build something, that happens, getting swiped right into the graveyard.
I gotta love that. That's always my favorite type of demo where it's like, oh, this could be really cool, and then they're just gone. Completely taken off the pitch. No chance to even have them stunt or do anything spectacular. And honestly, I'm thinking that's how the rest of this is going to go. We've seen so many insane goals previous that the teams are starting to understand what type of mechanics they're going to have to face against here. So I think they're going to have to find something a little bit more unique here. And in my opinion, that favors flashes of brilliance. It feels like randoms are a team that are a lot better with these one-and-done offenses. Yes, they obviously have the follow-up shots, but it's usually a follow-up shot from a ridiculous shot that initially puts that defense in an awkward position. Now, with Flashes of Brilliance starting to look a lot more cohesive, a lot more of a trio mindset, I'm thinking that passing plays are going to be in their favor. So halfway through game number 3 here, neither team has been able to find anything in their favor thus far, but FOB definitely starting to put on the pressure on offense here.
And I do like how Creams tends to lead the charge with those, trying to go for those air dribbles. Just get an awkward enough touch that the defense can't have the immediate clear, though we'll have that one. That's a cannon all the way down. Creams luckily was all the way through into the goal line, and now with the pinch, the counterattack is on. Despite how much pressure I feel like I have to combat FOB for, they haven't gotten the goal, and they still won't. 2-piece floating just enough to get that save out.
I don't know what's more impressive, the save from 2-piece or the initial shot and flick up to even set up that shot. FOB, they're doing exactly as we said. They're starting to play as a team, really setting each other up and facilitating so many good offensive pushes, but the issue is randoms. They're impressing me on defense tenfold. This team has been able to get in the way of every single shot that has been fired against them, and they do so with pretty quick responses as well. Like you were saying, these booming clears downfield are not allowing FOB to have nearly as much time on the ball as they did the previous couple of games. So 90 seconds into this one, it's still anybody's ball game, but for someone to find the back of the net, we're going to have to see something that is just absolutely mind-blowing at this point.
Yeah, really only Chronic with boost. They just used it for that clear, so fortunately, that 50 will be able to buy some more time for the randoms to fuel up, try their own attack. Maybe a bump to lead the way. Knight into the ceiling. 2-piece, they're already up for him. Jacob there to meet him. Some more 50s raining through as you'd almost feel like randoms could taste the blood in the water. They want to be able to aggress. They want to be able to push forward, but every single time FOB has the answer, and apparently not on offense. That's just going to be a roller right to Chronic, so back to midfield we go, and despite some teams having momentum and other teams being able to answer, still a very close 0-0 game, and honestly, I would not be surprised by another OT.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by any stretch of the imagination, but I do want to bring up something that you just mentioned here. It does feel like randoms are smelling blood in the water, and they're getting a bit more aggressive because of it. I'm worried. Sometimes we see this happen, that hero mentality, a team that goes, all right, we haven't been able to score previous, so here, I'm going to cut rotations real quick and try something a little bit riskier, and all it ends up doing is leaving yourself exposed on the back end. So randoms may have the pace right now. They're absolutely dictating pace of play. I'm just hoping they don't overextend, because with 15 seconds left, that would absolutely be a death sentence here in game number 3. And considering this game determines who moves on to series point, I think they're going to have to be careful. 5 seconds left. Let's see if we go to overtime. FOB getting demoed off the pitch makes me think so. But maybe Spider can make me eat my words. Jacob a drop down. Who's going to be there? Spider clears it out instead of allowing a counterattack. We go to our second overtime.
I started leaning forward in my chair. I saw Jacob being sniped on the backboard, but they're not able to get the touch they were looking for. I think they were looking for something similar to a lip, just a tap down around the defender, but we'll never know what the actual plan was. Don't think it was fired off to perfection. Now on the counterattack, Cream's trying to beat a defender. They do, but they can't beat the frame. It's still a sitter, and it's not going to go through. Another crossbar. Randoms living on a prayer.
How on earth are we still going? 30 seconds into this one, FOB, they've got a new enemy. It's the woodwork right now. They've got to be furious, and they'll be even angrier if this goes in, but it will not. Pinch off the bar, and the follow-up save will keep FOB alive. How on earth are we still going?
I feel like everyone just took a breath and started yelling in the comms, just warrior scream. It's just going in on it, every single attack. And honestly, we almost see third a crossbar there. It's about 25 seconds. So, my goodness, how is this one going to end? Maybe that tough angle. You can't help feel but Chronic there. I would definitely be going for that shot as well. They're seeing the golden opportunities seemingly, but apparently they're snatched away at the last second.
Oh, my word. We're 2 games into this, and I already got to take off my jacket. This is way too much at this point here. A minute 15. Somehow, both sides are still playing boomer ball, though. We talked about how midfield presence wasn't very prevalent here in game number 3. I think it's completely dissipated. The teams are fine playing with these end-to-end carries and just kind of waiting on defense to see what anybody's got. Usually in a scenario like this, Taco, you've heard this a million times over. It's either a mistake on defense due to this really passive play that leaves you exposed, or it's someone hits the nastiest shot we will see all day. I'm hoping for the latter, because considering the way that these teams are setting up these offenses, I'm expecting something ridiculous about to pop.
I would like that as well, but as we saw with the Soniqs and Ghost here, sometimes it's just something wacky, like a ground pinch from midfield, and who knows what's going to be happening between those options. Apparently, Jacob just wants to do something more conventional. Follow it on the double tap, getting a boost steal. Creams gonna be losing that one out. 2-piece is hounding, getting a boost steal. Now serving it right back in the middle. Way too high for their teammate, but not for themselves. Didn't expect them to be able to go for it on all their lowsome, but it's not going to work. And despite the flip resets, that attack is petering out as the boost is becoming a rarer and rarer commodity.
Starting to get to a little bit of normalcy here. I can take a deep breath and no longer have to be worried about my actual health here. But I don't necessarily think it's going to stop the chaos that we're seeing, especially with shots like that. Chronic able to turn that one away, but FOB starting to get a little bit more threatening. 50-50s like that out of Jacob are really going to help that out. We got to highlight Jacob here today. Yes, all of FOB playing well. Jacob is on a different level. This dude is bodying anybody who dares challenge him and making it such a difficult time for randoms to even find a solid shot.
And everyone is stepping up when they need to, and that's why it's a team game, because you can't have any weak links. That's why all 3 of randoms trying to get involved with this touch. Chronic, gonna cut rotation. 2-piece gonna rotate back instead. Spider, across the middle, bit of a roller, and I mean, awkward read for Chronic, so leave it for Knight. Now down middle, that's a shot from 2-piece. What a save off the frame again! It's gonna get rejected. FOB and randoms putting on a defensive masterclass.
All right, I take it back. Apparently everybody here hates the environment because the woodwork is just getting bullied. This is ridiculous. FOB ended here. You got an open net, and you put it off the bar again. How many times are we going to see the post and crossbar come in as the savior? Forget an MVP of someone on the pitch. It's the woodwork.
I'm in physical pain, Bass. How does this keep going? It's 3 minutes, 48 seconds, and we're still waiting for a goal. I feel like we could have had one so long. If you freeze frame the shot and ask me if it's in, I would say absolutely, but apparently I know nothing.
Apparently apparently no one knows nothing at this point here. Two-piece, he doesn't know how to double tap, unfortunately. Could have been the ender right there, but we're 4 minutes into overtime with no end in sight. Both teams, I want to say they're playing spectacularly, but at the same time, we have to be at least a little bit critical. If someone upped their accuracy even 5%, this would be over. So Rams or FOB, at this point, it is on you too. And honestly, whoever wins this one, I'm betting on them to take the series. The amount of momentum they're going to carry out of a 5-minute overtime, that is unreal.
Well, sometimes you talk about players playing in series and can they keep up the endurance. I think this is a perfect example. Wow, I have no idea when they're getting a chance to be able to dab their hands of sweat off their going onto their pants, or if they can get some food, because I feel like they're burning through everything. Like, this is a workout. This is nearly another game of Rocket League here. We've seen plenty of long OTs already, and it's shaping up to be yet another one. Who knows how it's going to end, but apparently these deep rotations show that both teams want to make sure they're coming out on the right side, not taking any unnecessary risks.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have heard that prediction we said before, the spectacular goal or defensive error, and they're both going, I'm not going to be the one to mess up on defense. And honestly, I can't really blame you. You're going to get clowned out of the event, and literally out of the event. This is an elimination match. Maybe not the specific game, but this series, the loser of this one will no longer be able to compete, will not even get a chance at tomorrow's event. So they got to be careful right now, especially considering it's a 1v1. Two-piece has space. They get the bump, and they get the overtime. Randoms take it in 5.5.
You don't want to give anyone on this field space, especially not with boost. You know what was up. As soon as that touch starts to peter out, they're just going to go right for Spider. That is the worst possible situation as a defender, knowing your fate even before it goes through. Randoms able to take it after 10 minutes plus of OT, of total game time, rather. And they will be able to move on ahead onto match point. And FOB, you have looked spectacular. And even that is not enough thanks to the crossbars.
I got a feel for FOB at this point here. The turnaround in game number 2 really made us think that we were going to have a competitive series. The overtime here proves it, but if they really want to prove it, now they got to do that here in game number 4 and try and take 2 in a row just to survive. Randoms look very good. I don't want to take away anything from their win, but it definitely feels like FOB had more chances to close out that game in overtime than Randoms did.
Yeah, I would have to say that, because Randoms definitely had a lot of close ones. They had a couple saves that FOB had off their own posts, but at the end of the day, the thing that hurts me the most about the FOB shots is that they're open. It's uncontested. It is a tee-up shot, and then when the shot goes through, it's off the crossbar, or it's a bouncer and it has no power, and that's off the crossbar, or it's saved and it's off the post and crossbar. It's just, those are the chances that hurt, because if you're putting shots on and the defense is saving it, yeah, that could be on you, but mostly that's just fantastic defense. But if it's a wide open shot and they're just waiting for you to hit it right at them and you're still not putting that through, that's gotta hurt.
I just don't understand at this point what FOB need to do to try and get over that hurdle here. It's very clear that they've got to make some sort of adjustment, but what is it going to be? Do they start just going for more standard shots? Do they start going for team plays and those bump plays that quite literally opened up the net before? I don't know what it is, but they need to figure it out. Game number 4 has started, and at this point, it's all eyes on FOB. If they can turn this one around and keep the series alive, we'd love to see it, but I have to say, I really do feel like Randoms are about to close this one out.
We'll see Chronic if they can do just that. We'll be into the corner. Knight is just going to glance that one all the way through. Luckily, that's not on target. Jacob did not have the read. Two-piece. Pinch into no one. Back to midfield. Nice win by Chronic. That's not going to be a backboard read, but all of Randoms getting boost, all splayed out, and there's going to be no follow as the assault will continue.
A little bit of back and forth here. Again, it feels like we're in that overtime phase where both teams are playing carefully enough that they don't overexpose themselves. Thought maybe there'd be a chance there. Random's in a bit of an awkward position on the defense, and they're still going to stay in said awkward position. But there's something we've been critical of FOB all day for. A beautiful pass down center, but no one is prepared to follow it up. They had so many of these one-and-done offenses. When are they going to start to figure out that if they want to have a chance at beating Randoms, they need to utilize these team plays?
That's a hefty clear. Jacob, off for the catch. Immediately dispossessed. Chronic, that's a double, but it's going to go straight into the ceiling. I think there wasn't any other way for that to end with that pinch set up. And see that long transition down from FOB. And we said Boomer Ball kind of gave way to possession play. I think we're still in that first phase here in game number 4 as both teams are just trying to see what the defense has to offer. I know what Chronic has to offer, a banger goal.
What? Come on now, Chronic, what is this? This might have still gone in. Spider had a pretty low chance at saving this one. You guarantee it with a shot like that. Randoms continuing to stun. Even in tense scenarios like this, somehow they find a way to one-up each other every time.
That's going to be yet another awkward play to go forward in, and that's why you work on your mech skins, because that is not really much of a chance, and you really have to get all the way underneath it and lean into it for the power, and then they do both superbly. So that is why these players are so incredibly well matched. It's because you don't need to give them a lot, you just need to give them a look at goal and they'll do the rest.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, is that that's why we keep talking about how FOB have got to interrupt this team. It's not necessarily about being able to get prepared for their shots, because randoms have put on some shots that almost no one's going to save. So you really have to be in the face of this team. Do not give them the extra room to breathe, and challenges like that out of midfield from Creams I think are the right idea, but now they need to be a bit more careful with it. These booming clears that have been going cross-court, before they would buy you space. Now they're just giving extra possessions to randoms who are doing things like that. Chronic gets off the wall and facilitates a 50-50 out of midfield, and while Jacob can boom this one to the sky, Knight's well prepared for that, and same for the 50-50. So feels like FOB right now are starting to lose their grip on this game, and considering there's 2.5 minutes to go and potentially the last game of the series, you cannot afford to let in another goal, and they will not. A save on the line keeps flashes of brilliance in this one for now.
Well, I like the catch there from Creams. There's a lot of space to hook shot it, but they're going to take too much of it, and honestly, I thought they were going to be dispossessed, but instead they're going to dance right through. Still not out. Knight trying to reach for it, and actually able to. Anything more? No. Going to go just over the top of it. We're going to see some awkward bump plays and kind of just some annoyance touches as Creams is just going to absolutely trebuchet that one all the way to the backboard.
Oh, and maybe, I was going to say, could it facilitate another goal here for Flashes of Brilliance? They're starting to get themselves some decent offense, but you really do need to make this team uncomfortable. It feels like randoms right now are prepared for everything being thrown at them. They've studied the textbook 6 times over and know the equations through and through. So can Flashes of Brilliance find a new algorithm, find a way through? Maybe with a play like that, they can! Drop down center, Creams well prepared, and Flashes of Brilliance tie us up.
And that's a nice play there coming through from FOB, just being able to force enough pressure, but also when the other team is panicking, it's not your job to get in there and make it worse. Just let them give the ball away and go from there. That's exactly what FOB is doing, waiting back just enough that they can get that dispossess, be able to put one in on the open net. 1-1, as is tradition, apparently, within this series. Very close match will continue. We're into really the final stretches here of game number 4. Randoms getting one more, potentially that's all they need to eliminate FOB from day 2.
Maybe my bias for the fact that FOB has hired us for this event, but come on, FOB, I want to see a game number 5. Let's see you guys pull this one out and give us a heck of a run for our money. With a minute to go, it's very possible, especially considering that the defense doesn't look nearly as uncomfortable as before, and their offense is penetrating through a whole lot more threateningly. Okay, I like that idea. FOB going for something a bit more creative in the air. It may not have connected, but you can see randoms now kind of got to second guess themselves before they head on into the skies. I think this is what you need to do. Do not give randoms confidence, and with 30 seconds left, it actually feels like they might be a bit nervous trying to finish out this game.
Well, that's a nice victory from Chronic. It's not going to give them an offense, but it will be able to dissipate FOB's attempts. Now a back pass, setting it up. Chronic, I know they don't want to take any chances. I think for randoms, I really appreciate that demon mode energy. Just chasing the ball. They're not afraid to just forego traditional rotations and hunt you down across the field.
That's a big thing right now, is it does feel like these rotations are not necessarily 100% standard, but that could be the reason why they find a bit of a gap. When you're playing with traditional games like this, if you can make something that surprises someone, it could be enough. Jacob almost surprises me, but you know what isn't surprising? Overtime, game number 4.
And I think this is something that we've come to expect from both these teams, but at the end of the day, one thing I'm looking forward to is an FOB pop-off, because they look so good in that long overtime. And it still just wasn't enough. It was all undone by them taking, as you had mentioned, something that plays a lot of team, finally taking that risk and then getting bitten on the counterattack. 2-piece, obviously, able to end that one with the air dribble bump. Let's see what's in store for us here, as this opening 20 seconds going to be a lot of lateral play, but nothing direct on goal.
Oh, wait a minute, this is open, and it's in! That will be that! Knight gonna take this and take the series as well. Randoms, 30 seconds into overtime. Move on to round number 5.
Oh, that's so tough. Chronic was a brilliant pass, and that shot doesn't need to be anything special because it's all in the setup. Both FOB players looking at the ball. It's a seam in between that is able to have that needle threaded, and That's going to be all Randoms need to get the pass, get the goal, to be able to win that series, move on in that next round of Swiss. And unfortunately for our lovely hosts, their team is going to be out of day 2 after a heartbreaker of a series.
It's a really heartbreaker way to lose as well. I think that's the best word to describe what we just saw, because it's not as if FOB just completely abandoned defense. They had one player cheat up a bit too far, and that's all that it takes. We talk about that a lot. It's not the initial error that gives you that goal. It's the compounding ones after that, the little problems that expose enough of your defense to where someone finds a way to wedge on through. And I think, like you said, that's exactly what it was. Barely a needle space, but it will be enough. Very well done to Randoms. But hey, FOB, not a bad performance by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. And that's the thing that I like to see out of them. The problem is that Randoms, they're just a little bit unorthodox. I think that's what's able to get them into that next round, which certainly I would like to see that Game 5, but we can't always get what we want. But we can get what the viewers want. Jolly back on screen to kind of unwrap that last series bit.
Hello. Thank you. What the viewers want. Man, you're saying a lot of sketch stuff today, Taco.
Everyone likes to see Jolly on the cast. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, you know, I'm not normally a host, so hey, I'll take all the airtime I can get on here. I'm normally a caster, but this event, I have been more than okay sitting back because I likely would have already lost my voice at this point. The number of overtimes, I said it in Twitch chat, I'm pretty sure we've gotten, I mean, at least a collective 30 minutes of overtime for the day, because we have gotten 3 to 4 overtimes for every single series, not including, of course, that first series that we had of the day, which was the only 3-0 that we have actually seen on broadcast here today. And I think that's kind of including the B stream too. Again, you guys can put !B stream in to see that link and get a little bit of hooty hoo action on board if you would like, because he's covering some of those. But we do have, of course, some more. One more. That's it. One more series for the day, and then tomorrow we're going to be heading into the playoffs, and this is all best of 5s for today. So Flashes of Brilliance, you know, I liked how we had a mix-up on the desk. That means that I can compliment one of you being fast from the past, obviously, having actually thought that Randoms is going to be able to take this. Hey, they took out energy. That was apparently enough, and, you know, moving forward, sure, it sucks to say goodbye to Flashes of Brilliance, but luckily we get to consistently go back to their name and touch on that, because this is something that FOB Gaming is really offering for everybody to enjoy. So, going into the next series, we're going to have to take another look at the bracket and all of that. I'm going to give production a moment to kind of recover on some of that information and update us, though. And in the meantime, we are going to take a very quick break. I'm going to give you guys the opportunity to regain your breaths after all of that overtime and all of those amazing plays. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Series 5 of the day here on the AAA Challenger Series.
This is Larry. Larry just loves candy.
Oh, hello.
And even though these sweet, glorious pieces of candy don't seem expensive,
This one's only a dime.
the inevitable dental fees his mom will have to pay makes it pretty pricey. The APR of eating candy is the cost per piece plus the dental bills. A much higher APR than, say, vegetables.
Why can't I quit you?
when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore. No fear anymore. Why the smile on your face? Don't fake it. You don't have to pretend. Why the fear in your eyes will make it? Just take a chance. The thing that haunts you, leave it behind you. The ones that love you, let them guide you. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear
Oh, thank y'all for hanging around with us today. We are on to the very last series, at least for today, because we have playoffs starting at the same time tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, that is 1 p.m. Eastern time. Don't quote me on that. Actually do, because I'm right. But we do still have Danger Taco here. We do have Bass from the past. You guys had a great series, a lot more overtimes in the wings, and so far today, we've had to say goodbye, at least on the A stream, to 2 teams, one of them being Ghost Gaming, and now Flashes of Brilliance, probably 2 that we didn't anticipate saying goodbye to this early on. But next matchup for the day, and the last one to round things out, is going to be Accelerate versus Manzana. We've already seen Accelerate show up on the broadcast here today. We have not gotten to watch Manzana, who has had a few contentious series previously. So we're going to start with you, Danger Taco. What do you want to see out of these 2 teams, and who do you think is going to come ahead?
That's so weird to say because Accelerate, they came in and they looked so good against Ghost. And then, of course, we know how that one ended. And if you don't, it was a reverse sweep. So from there, I think they still continued on. It's fine. They can deal with it. And then they win against Litecoin Gaming. Okay, and then they lose 1-3 to Shopify, a Shopify team that has been kind of struggling throughout today. They did qualify through with that victory, but Team Accelerate, I mean, they start off so fast, so ferocious, and now they're all the way here in round 5, so just so tough to see.
Well, Bass, same question to you. You know what? I got to ask you, what are you looking for from these teams, right? Who do you have eyes on, and how do you think this one's going to go? Give me your prediction.
So the big thing I would say here is that this is two very different teams. Similar to the last one that we had, this is sort of veteranship and intelligence of the game and sort of young guns who are just on their way up. And I think unfortunately here is that the young guns have found their momentum. Similar to randoms, once they find their momentum, teams like this tend to run with it. So Manzana, while they might have started off the day 0-2, since then, be gentlemen. Beat Ultimate, and now they're looking to go 3 straight. As much as I want to bet on Accelerate here and say that, yeah, they did look like the better team on the day, feels like momentum is in favor of Manzana, and we've seen how much momentum really carries a factor here, so I think I'm going to have to bet on the young guns here in Manzana.
That's never a bad call. I mean, in Rocket League, pretty much everyone's young guns. I feel like an old lady when I'm like, oh, they're already 18. I'm like, yeah, they're already 18 years old. But these players have really been showing up, and hopefully for a team like Randoms, who doesn't have an organization, their performance and consistency is enough to get them some backing. Maybe a little bit of extra cash in their pockets will help out with that. So, sending it over to the final series of the day. I do believe our lobby is ready, or almost ready, so I'm going to pass it off to you guys. Danger Taco, pass for the pass. This is our last series of the day. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Jolly. And I think the main thing for me that I'm looking forward to is to see just how much Manzana can be able to pop up, because regional, or the first event here for the Challenger Series, they won that over a lot of fantastic teams, and then since then, they disbanded. They were thinking, okay, maybe it's not working out. And then we told them, hey, you could play in this. You want to get the gang back together? And they said, why not? And they're right here again. So this is what I'm waiting for when I'm looking at these games, is how much can Manzana capture that old momentum, that old brilliance that they did show here and now in the final series of the day.
This feels like one last hurrah for this team. They've already gone their separate ways. They are confirmed that they cannot reconvene after this one. J-Russ has already been signed to PK, so it's one of these things where this team is going to leave it all out on the pitch. There's no way that they do anything but just completely go crazy here in this final game of the day, because this is quite literally their last series. They lose this one, they're not going to be able to play together as a trio pretty much ever again, unless these guys all get dropped from different rosters and reconvene somewhere in the future. So they don't want to have this be their last hurrah here on Saturday. They want to make it to Championship Sunday and at least give a fight for that prize money. So we're going to have to find out. I've got faith in them to be able to live up to the expectations we have set for them, but I also know Accelerate. Someone really accurately said this earlier. Accelerate do well in everything but RLCS. They really are the most dominant bubble team out there, and although they do well in RLCS, this is really their home territory.
And it's events like this that you'd expect them to do incredibly well with, so this is the series that I'm looking forward to them. I would still give them the slight edge on that, but at the end of the day, you know, Manzana could pop off. J-Russ, for me, is one of my favorite stories that has been kind of going under the radar. Player that stepped away from the scene. I'm not going to be focusing on pro play, and then recently got the itch. They play for University of Florida, gets their team into CRL, and now, hey, they got the itch again. PK picked him up because they recognize that potential. If they can get back anywhere close to what they used to be, they're a dangerous team. But this isn't PK. This is Manzana. The lads back together one more time. Our final best of 5 of the day, seeing if they can take down Accelerate.
This is going to be an interesting one. It's also a rematch of our very first event here for the AAA Challenger Series. In the original event, Accelerate lost 3-1 to Manzana, so this could also be a bit of a revenge story for them. Feels like there's a lot of narratives going through here, so maybe we'll eventually be able to write the novel. But for right now, let's just get the notes on down. 30 seconds into this one, neither team been able to find themselves the initial blow, but maybe Luke can make me eat my words. Tries to set up one of his teammates, but eventually the challenge will arrive a bit too late to continue the offense.
Will stay somewhat precarious, but that's a heck of a clear. Bambi does not have that read.
What?
They almost get a double tap into the net, but instead it's going to be Tool getting that nice shot down in on it. But look at this setup from Bambi.
These are the type of plays where you go, are you sure we can't just give a goal to both of them? Like, do we have to just give one of them the assist? They're Bambi doing everything, man.
I love everything about that, and I love wacky plays like this because the defense isn't even looking at them. They look at the ball. Yeah, you can't read that, but like, no way you're scoring that. Bambi's saying, I'm not trying to score. I'm just going to be annoyed right in the way.
I gotta say, I do appreciate that we're seeing these type of plays become the standard at this point here. The teams have gotten to round number 5, and they've decided that no longer are we just going to go for a standard shot on target. No longer are we going to go for a double touch from, like, you know, a pretty wide angle. Nah, right above the goal, basically at the corner. That's where I want to try and shoot. And, hey, if Accelerated keeps shooting like that, yeah, I think Manzana are going to be in for a bit of a surprise. And Speaking of surprises, where's the defense? What on earth happened?
They got called away to a charitable event because they are no longer here as they're able to give generously as that ball goes in the middle. I think they might even go for a pinch, but sidewall player is able to get to it beforehand, and we're not going to be seeing any magic on the offense. Instead, it's going to be Calamity on the defense. Accelerate do not want this team to really start moving because that snowball turns into an avalanche real quick.
Well, with J-Russ, he might just be able to put in the first blow as well. A good setup, and Boyo will be there for the follow-up. He just sends it to the backboard, though. Bit of an interesting play. I can understand why you might want to do that, but against a team like Accelerate, I don't think they're nearly going to get as nervous as maybe some of the other teams you have just played. Think about the last two that Manzana have faced against. It was Randoms and Olmid, two teams which I would say are more solidified in the bubble scene than in RLCS, so you put enough pressure against them, they're not going to be as prepared. A team like Accelerate, they've faced RLCS teams time and time and time again. You want to make them uncomfortable on defense, it cannot be standard shots. You're going to have to pull something out of the hat, and if it's not just a rabbit, it's got to be a bear, something with some teeth and something with a little bit of lethality against this Accelerate squad.
It's a big hat. I'm a fan of it.
Yeah.
I'd be down for it because sometimes that's going to require a lot of magic from these players, and let's say all 6 of these players are more than capable because they got a lot of mechs to show off. How about Bambi to that back post? They just love that far post. Nearly sniping 2, but going to get denied this time and no follow.
I gotta say, I appreciate that Bambi is still going for plays like that. Yes, there's a little bit more contest, but when you start going for that on repeat, all of a sudden Manzana have to be careful. Every time they see a player in the air like J-Bot here, they gotta think, is this drilling into the back of their Ned? Indeed it will! Bambi finds it off the bar, follow up from J-Bot, and Accelerate increase their lead.
Look at J-Bot getting sniped downfield, and that's something they've been doing before. I think J-Bot has had the best goal of the day in that Ghost series from the ceiling and into a bar down shot, and that's going to be a consistent thing. If the player's hungry, if they know they can hit those redirects, then why not just keep serving it up for them? Manzana, just yet another thing they have to keep on top of their minds to make sure that this doesn't run roughshot before their defense again. Tool inches away.
I gotta love this, not only for the fact that the shots are getting more and more impressive each time, but it's also the fact that Accelerate are having all 3 of their players get involved. Every single one of them has an assist and a goal here in this game. So, triple-headed serpent at this point here. You cut one of them off, another one will pop up, and for Manzana at this point, they've gotta find a way to take all 3 of the heads off at once here, because this is too much for them to handle. They keep on going for these solo plays, and when any one of the Accelerate players is prepared, they just don't know how to follow it up. Boyo completely getting in the way of J-Russ here. No one's going to be able to take the shot. Eventually, Luke will go for it, but it's far too late. And Accelerate, once again, not unprepared for these shots. Thought they might be unprepared for that one, but how on earth does Tool get in the way?
They'll find a way to be able to get that read. So unfortunate. Boyo did everything correctly except for just putting that an inch farther so that deflects in, but it's not like they're done. Manzana is going to continue that attack. Luke probably want that shot again as possession will continue. Now Luke, try number 2 on the air dribble. No, the fake down, straight in the pinch play to J-Russ, and that's one way to get yourself back in it.
All right, there we go. We're going to have this team finally get on the board in what I'm not going to call spectacular fashion. I'm going to call it more of a mind game there, just making the entire defense, which has been prepared for everything. So if you know they're going to challenge you, if they're, you know that they're going to just kind of wait for your shot, force them to challenge. And that's exactly what they did. Perfect fake out in front of the net. Now Manzana might have found a way to get through Accelerate. If they're going to play this patiently, you got to get aggressive.
So we'll see if Tool is going to be too shaken by that. Same with the rest of Accelerate. It seems like we've woken up somewhat. I like these creative passing plays. Luke not going to get past that first defender in J-Bot, and that bounce is going to be very awkward to deal with. Something that Team Accelerate is doing so superbly right now is not only getting the ball into the midfield, but putting it in a situation that even if Manzana is looking for that touch, it's always a difficult touch for them to actually be able to do something with.
Yeah, this has been difficult the entire way through. It does feel like there's a lot of very contested airspace here. Neither team really giving them a lot of room to try and facilitate anything. As much as Manzana are getting these chances into the air, look how calculated the challenges are. They know Boyo's going up for that one, so what do? Wait until he's halfway through the dribble, then attack. Don't give him the room to set up something special, but also don't challenge early enough that Manzana can just outpace you. I love this in-between that Accelerate is playing with right now, and honestly, I think they're going to love this result. 10 seconds left. Manzana technically can turn this one around, but they basically need to go right here, right now, and then they need a kickoff afterwards, and they're not going to find that. Tool going to body the entire offense here and secure game number 1 in favor of Accelerate.
So the shot on target, no cap in there for Accelerate. They will only be able to take down that 3, but it's more than enough. It's a nice victory, and ultimately Manzana, despite that goal, and I like the collaboration, getting a weird, as a Team Accelerate in the chat said, double committing for goals. I think, you know, it's an organized pinch. It works out, but they're going to need a lot more of that in game number 2. They're going to have to get into this series and quick.
Yeah, they really need to not allow Accelerate to run away with this thing, because Accelerate are a team, yes, we've already seen they can get reverse swept. It's possible. I don't think they're going to do this here. They've already had enough of an up and down day that I think they have found the momentum they were looking for, found the confidence in the team to just take this one out. And I hope that they can, because the reality is that if you do let Manzana get into the series, you've got a much more difficult task on your hands. So Accelerate, I'm thinking you need to take game number 2 here as it pops on off. If Manzana find a quick response, we could be in for another very long series, especially when Pollo is taking shots like that to open us up.
This in the midfield could have been precarious, but Bambi is able to turn the counter on and get over his University of Central Florida teammate in Luke. As that's going to be something that I'm sure both of them are going to be interacting quite a lot in the UCF Discord after this one. Two teams, players that have been able to elevate that team to new heights and trying to do the same with their respective AAA Challenger Series teams. And so far, it seems like the luck is on the side of Manzana, the demo, and the J-Russ double.
Okay, J-Russ, that's a heck of a way to get through here. Tool pops one out to midfield expecting a follow-up, and when you're immediately in the face of your opponents, how it's going to work. Like we said, Accelerate want to play a patient game and try and facilitate plays out of their own half, get aggressive, get in their face, and don't allow them the space to really do anything spectacular, and, oh, they do not. 40 seconds into this one, Manzana have found themselves the lead, but can they hold on to it? Because looks like Accelerate are realizing maybe they can't play this passive. Those challenges out of midfield, out of Tool, are making me think maybe it's time for them to turn up the heat just a notch.
How about that one? Demoing them away. Now it's Bambi with the fake, trying to dish it inside. It's going to get saved away from Pollo, and another clear all the way across. Already up is their teammate, but not going to find the back of the net. J-Russ 50 straight through, and now here comes J-Bot. You do not want to go out of 1v1 against him. Open flick off the bar and out. J-Bot tries again, but what a missed opportunity.
What happened? Accelerate, you had the golden opportunity, and I'm not even gonna say that turns to bronze, that turns to mud. What on earth happened? 90 seconds off the clock. At this point, we should be tied up, but oh, Accelerate, you gotta hope you can at least shake that one off, because if they let that get 2 down into their mental, this is gonna be a rough comeback for Accelerate.
Maybe even rougher if they get the infield, but I thought there was someone there. There's no one except for Bambi. The flip reset lacks some venom. The Tool's trying to provide it. Another double tap going forward to the dunk. Luke is there. Another slight delay from J-Bot, and they extend it even further. They're trying to pre-flip at it, but ultimately, Manzana defense is ready and waiting. It's right back out to midfield, and J-Russ will take the carry.
Oh, that's a beautiful touch then, that one off, and that's an even better shot. Is that on target? No, just barely off the mark. Accelerate, getting creative with the ways that they're moving downfield. No longer trying to just hold the ball near them and kind of play this possession play. Okay, maybe I spoke a bit too soon. Tool, what on earth are you doing there? He facilitates that one through the midfield and just kind of carries it to the other team. But I do like this. Accelerate are getting different ways to approach this offense right now, and although they're not all working out, eventually something's got to drop. Well, that is if you put it on target halfway through this game, and once again, Accelerate just off the mark.
Are getting some boost Manzana in the corner, but yes, Accelerate are the ones that are consistently pressing forward, looking dangerous on the pitch. The problem is, this doesn't really matter if the finishing is lacking. This was not a problem in game number 1, but this is game number 2. Everything's different game to game. You have to really continue to bring the heat and try to find that inspiration, get that creative play, and right now they're just drawing a blank. It seems like they just have that artistic block. They don't have the ice here. They do on defense. No one marked J-Russ, but that shot will be deflected in the end.
I gotta appreciate that we can at least still have some solid defense on the side of Accelerate. Goes to show that their mental is not in the gutter, not by a long shot here, but we need a quick response, and as they put another one off target here, you gotta feel for the team. Another open net, another overly aggressive offense from Manzana, but they cannot punish. 90 seconds to go here. They are definitely going to have the chances to take this one and force an overtime, but can they actually force it now, Taco? That is the big question.
What a pinch. Oyo has to get back on this one, though. Able to save it off the backboard. Not much else. J-Russ, no touch. Bambi on the backboard. This is something they love to do. J-Bot with a drop down. Luke now with a clear and bumped into something further. Now, out of nowhere, it's a 1v1 deflection. Near post, inside to Pollo. Now the shot, it's post and in. What a transition from Manzana.
Oh, it's a beautiful play, but I don't want to face the reality. Please tell me this is not an own goal, because it looked like an own goal. Yeah, it kind of was. Oh, a little bit of redirect off the R8 team. And listen, that one was probably going in nonetheless, but now you found yourself in a very precarious position. Accelerate after having a very solid game number 1. I was going to say, do not find themselves with a solid game number 2. They almost find an opportunity that would eat my words, but this is one of these things where it feels like they need something. How about this? J-Bot gets the bump and finds the first goal for Accelerate.
To the pixel, that is exactly what was needed. J-Bot gets a touch over Pollo and then gets just enough. You can see the thought process. You can see it loading, it buffering in Luke's mind that if I go for this immediately, I'm bumped. If I wait, I can maybe get around it, but I might get bumped, and then it's just too much to handle. That's a goal back, and Accelerate right back in it with 45 to go.
Oh my, now can they get themselves entirely back into this game? Double commits like that out of midfield make me think the defense of Manzana is feeling a little bit nervous. The pressure is on, and with only 40 seconds on the clock, they don't technically need to hold on for too long, but how long is too long at this point here? Manzana are looking very shaky. Plays like this might just net them a goal. What happened? Accelerate 2 on the line. Neither one of them want to go for it, so now Manzana have a chance. 20 seconds to go and Accelerate. Usually your patient play is not a bad idea. Now it's time to rush, though.
And so now we have to see if that pass goes through. It was a sitter, but there's no power. Pollo wasting time all the way down off the corner into middle and sealing the deal. That is gonna do it for Manzana. It was close, but not close enough from Team Accelerate. A heartbreaker to apparently lose game number 2.
You gotta just think back. What had happened had Accelerate put a couple of those open nets actually in? Would we be going to an overtime right now? It's all theoreticals, and it's hopefully theoreticals that Accelerate are not focusing on. They gotta reset their mental here, because game number 2 definitively goes in favor of Manzana. So game number 3, we've seen this before. When the young guns start to get some momentum, they tend to run away with it. So Accelerate, right here, right now, game number 3, if you do not slow this team down, that might as well be the end of the series.
It's so terrifying to watch this team, because this is exactly what we were talking about in the first event that they played together, is that, yes, they haven't played together in a while, but when they were clicking together, all of them, disgustingly good mechanics, but they're just bring something new to the table. We talk about how in the grand scheme of Rocket League, we're seeing a meta shift. NRG, what they're doing is not working out anymore. Queso, Space Station, and G2 bringing something weird to the table. So these teams that come in out of left field, using mechanics, blending that with demo and team plays, and always bringing something interesting for the defense to react to, it can be tough. I think Team Accelerate really had the clamp down in game number 1, but everything went out the window once as Manzana got comfortable. And as you mentioned, that's a dangerous place for them to be in. So now that everything's reset, game number 3 is going to be all about that opener. I have no idea how that's going to progress, but I think we might get a little sneak peek in this first minute.
100% agreed here. It's, again, setting the tone. We talked about that a lot in game number 1, but in a series like this where it's been very volatile, back and forth, the momentum shifting on either side, yeah, setting the tone here in game 3 could quite literally win you the series. So let's see, can Manzana do exactly that? They're starting off with a decent offense here. J-Russ in the corner will try and put that one center, but kind of just sends it out to Bambi for the possession to go the other way. At least Luke's out of midfield to keep it on this side, but Accelerate looking decently prepared for most of the shots being fired off against them. Not the greatest pass out from J-Bot, probably going to be interrupted as J-Russ just gets a nice little touch on that one, but end-to-end right now, this midfield presence, which we had said was lacking before, starting to develop itself here, as I think both teams are recognizing giving extra room on either side is going to be detrimental to their chances of success.
How many times are we going to say J-Bot just lingering in midair? And how many times are we going to see Bambi absolutely bury that one to the back post? Look at this filthy infield pass.
Speaking of filth, say it again with me now, chat. What on earth is that? 1-0 Accelerate start off. Talk about setting the tone. They've set everything with that one.
I gotta catch my breath. It catches me by surprise every time as you go through. But it is sickening. It's disgusting how good these players can be. One time, it will be me, but I don't have a couple thousand hours to dedicate to it. Unlike these guys, they're just naturally better, and that is why they're here, and I am not. I'm just talking at the booth with you, Baz. I have it no other way, because this series is turning into quite the festival of mechanics. It's only 1 goal in it right now, but I know it's not going to be the last.
Oh yeah, we're going to keep on seeing this stunt show here. It really is something special. Before we were thinking we might see a demolition derby, considering the way that the two teams were just eliminating each other off the pitch. Now I'm thinking we're seeing free parking. What on earth happened here? Manzana completely gone from their defense.
I think Pollo getting a little over-eager on this, and I got to feel for J-Russ. Sometimes you play the read, it has to be flicked on, right? Nope, going straight up, they fly by, and who can really all just watch in the corners. That one is in on the open net. That's going to be 2-0, and this is going to be an interesting occasion. Last time Team Accelerate got a lead like this, they did not lose it.
No, that's the big thing here, is that it feels like when Accelerate do actually start to find their stride, it's very hard to break them. Last game, it felt very... Well, simply, Manzana were in control. Yes, there were occasional moments where Accelerate started to look good, but you think about the one goal they get, it's a pop-off play from J-Bot. He bumps the, oh my word, living heck out of their opponents. And speaking of bumping the living heck out of your opponents, Manzana, what on earth?
Boyle got so much power on that, but how does Luke stay ready for the... I don't want to even ask. Mere mortals can only just guess at really what's going on there. Manzana all brings it together, and as I said, Accelerate, they don't lose these leads, but that is going to be a chip away from the armor.
I gotta say, this is getting into what could be the best series we see all day. We've seen back and forth overtime, but this one just feels volatile in all the right ways. Both teams are laying it all out on the pitch, but really the question is what's gonna be that knockout blow? We talk about the jabs, the left hooks, the in-betweens that can take your opponent off tilt, but what's gonna be the one that finally knocks them out and sends either one of these teams packing? Because again, this is round number 5. Winner of this one moves on to Championship Sunday for a chance at finding some prize money. Loser of this one, they gotta run it back next super event, or really just next event, because this is two bubble teams that most likely aren't even going to get a bye through these super events. They are going to have to fight through every normal Challengers event if they even want a shot. So halfway through this game, I think both teams understand the importance of this one right here, but can Manzana at least find a response and possibly tie this game up?
We'll have to see. It's Luke on the slow carry, but slow about that flick. Going to be way too far away. Let's see Pollo. Down to J-Russ. That's going to lack some power. And I like the infield passes, but if you're going to go from that distance, you have to make it somewhat difficult for the defense to deal with, or you got to have any defense at all. What are all these misses on the Team Accelerate back end? Not going to harm him. So now Bambi has all the time in the world to rebuild the counter. The dunk off the flip reset and off the bar. So close.
This is just how this one's gonna go, huh? We're just gonna have the woodwork just get absolutely decimated the entire day until eventually someone finds a way to splinter it. I can't understand this. Both teams are throwing everything at each other, and usually when we say a bit off the mark, we don't mean that they're just putting it off the woodwork. We mean it's barely enough. This is more than enough. Manzana, what on earth?
This is such a nice flick. I can't even blame Tool. There's so much happening in front of them that you don't know if it's going to be a shot on the near post, if it's going to be deflected to this back. And honestly, I don't really blame them for that, but they got to blame themselves. They have let this lead slip, and I suppose that's a long-term caster curse, and it could get even worse for them if Bramby was not up for that one. Pollo, a delicate touchdown. That's an easy clear.
An easy clear, but where's it going to go? Immediately dispossessing themselves or Accelerate as they boom this one downfield. And this is something we saw from Accelerate before, but it's also something we saw Manzana counter. They start recognizing that Accelerate were going to play patiently, so they're just recognizing they're a faster team. Straight up on paper, I would say Manzana are a faster team, so Accelerate are going to play patiently, get in their face, take advantage of that. Can you beat them to balls like that? Pollo flying through the sky will prove so. Can they find a response here? J-Bot's going to run interference. Bambi's got a clear lane. Can they put it on target? How about Tool instead? And they will take the lead. Under a minute to play and Accelerate back on top.
Look at Bambi. They've been the facilitator all day long, and you can tell why. That they are going to be man-marked nearly by Manzana. Actually, 2 players up for that one, and no one able to mark it. They put back from Tool, so there's the lead right back. It doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish, and so far, Accelerate are in good peak position here in the final 50.
Oh, but wait a minute. Pollo's got time and space. He's got a 50-50, but can't really do much with it. Actually, a demo out of midfield is going to leave most of Manzana a bit exposed. They'll pitch it off their half. I thought maybe we would see something a bit too dangerous right there, but with 30 seconds to play, I don't think either team's going to start taking risks. Right now, Accelerate, usually I'd be critical of this passive play. No, this is when you have to play this way. You also have to play some defense, but you also have to put on shots. Once again, Manzana missed the mark in an absolutely devastating time.
Yeah, but Pollo can keep things alive. It's going to get deflected all the way around. Bambi, slap to the side. Now a dunk from J-Russ. It's going to have to go all the way from the back corner, and that is not the bounce you want. It's going to be Luke from the sideline. No flick middle, but they keep it alive. Dunk straight down, and that's going to be Team Accelerate taking it 3-2, and Manzana try as they like. Not going to be able to get it done.
They got close. I'll give them credit for that, but a big issue we are seeing with this Manzana team is that they keep on going for adaptations, Taco. It feels like one of these things where Accelerate are obviously, you know, changing their pace of play, maybe taking these moments for low aggression and playing a bit more passive, but Manzana are going drastic, whether it's from the passing plays like we were seeing before with a lot of facilitation in game 2, to all of a sudden it's mostly solo plays here in game number 3. So I'm a bit nervous. It feels like Manzana don't necessarily have, well, obviously they don't have a coach, but they kind of need one. They need someone talking there going, here's what's working, here's what is not, because they're just kind of experimenting and hoping something sticks, and, well, nothing's really sticking at this moment. Most of it's sliding on off, so can they find themselves a response here? If they don't in game number 4, that's the end of their tournament.
Now, I 100% agree with that. And sometimes you just need to be able to have someone lock it in, because it's almost like Manzana's like troubleshooting something in your PC setup, and then it's broken, something works, and then it starts broken. It's like, wait, what did I do to fix it? I didn't pay attention. That's the type of thing that I'm looking for out of Manzana. They found the solution, and then so quickly they lost it. Attacks like that get them close, though. Team Accelerate living by a thread here on some of these defensive stands.
It kind of just feels like both teams are living on a thread right now. It feels like Manzana are just barely getting back to these balls, and oh my word, just barely turning away shots like that. And meanwhile, Accelerate kind of doing the same thing. Can they turn this one away, though? No such luck. Luke reads it off the ceiling and opens up the scoreboard.
And that's a pinch and a half from J-Russ. The setup, honestly, J-Bot, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to predict that? Good luck.
I think you just kind of sit there and go, okay, cool. Yeah, that's the, you know, it is what it is. I guess it's GG's go next at this point here. Although, to be fair, there's 4.5 minutes left. Not necessarily a time to try and take yourself out of this entirely. Poyo, don't take yourself out of this play, though, because blinking you might miss it. That one was going to go in your net, just barely able to turn that one around. Once we can turn it around, Luke sends it to the other half of the field, and we get to just a minute of play. Manzana looking a lot stronger than before. They're making the defense look a bit more uncomfortable. Yes, they're taking risks out of midfield here with dives like that out of Luke, but if it works, it works. And right now, it is working for Manzana.
You can see how hungry Manzana are for these goals on that attack. You just see Luke diving in on it from a crazy angle to try to put that one in. And sometimes that's going to hurt them, because if they're just wasting away those shots, it could be open them up to the transition play. That was a demo leading the way, but nothing on the follow through. Put back from Bambi to the back post, and somehow that's going to stay out.
Oh, you got to feel for Accelerate. This feels very similar to what was game number 2, where they're getting close, looking to try and flip the script, and then once they do, they accidentally just spill ink all over the page instead of rewriting it. So we got to see something different here. 3:20 left on the clock. Plenty of time for Accelerate to find something special. How about that? Bambi just barely interrupted from Poyo as they're trying to find themselves a spectacular play. Speaking of spectacular, though, J-Russ off the bar and in, and increases the lead for Manzana.
And this is the player that we were all waiting to return when they said they are going to get back into comp play. That's what you're talking about, an open double, and you're going to rue the day that you waited to see. Maybe he'll miss. That is not the assumption you want to make.
I don't think if anybody assumes any player on this pitch right now, oh yeah, they just might miss. Listen, they may miss, but that's only if it goes off the crossbar. You give them an open net like that, no shot that's going to be happening. So, speaking of no shots here, they will not deny one on this. 3 minutes to go, and finally Accelerate get on the board.
That just feels like something that when you score it, no one cheers. Just like, finally, gosh, like how many times do you have to shoot it until it finally goes through? And then Ronk in the background just saying, guys, it's fine. You got 3 minutes. It's good. Let's just bring it home. They were able to come back one match. We could do it again in this one. And I think that is something to maybe curtail the momentum of Manzana, but certainly not stop them. They're playing confident. We know how that ends sometimes.
Oh, that could have been something spectacular there as well. Feels like Accelerate, yeah, they're getting to these insane goals at this point here. A double commit on the line will save it out, but that is what is required at this point. If Manzana wants to survive, they're throwing everything at defense and hoping that something sticks. They almost are able to get away with that one. A miss out of midfield, but Bambi will punish.
Oh my goodness, that's a nice infield pass, but Luke is so close, but too far up the field. And it's like assumptions like that that can really spell the doom for a team. And that's exactly what's happening out of a team or a team Accelerate on offense. They're putting the ball in weird positions, finding the seams, and defense not able to stitch them up in time.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, but this could be a quick response. Manzana right back to their usual stuff. High flying as ever. These guys really control the airspace. Uh-oh, but what about the ground? Here's the issue. Head in the clouds, but you gotta keep your feet planted. Manzana get exposed.
Oh my goodness, what is happening? It's the counterattack from Team Accelerate, and Manzana falling apart. They're trying so hard to be able to stay aggressive, stay in the mix, but right now Team Accelerate is beating out all these challenges just a little bit. They're not dusting players to balls, but sometimes that's all you really need to cause chaos. The first challenge misses, and then everything is up to the structure of your rotation, of all that defensive posturing, and sometimes it's not going to be enough. Manzana, I would say that we're looking at a game at number 5, but we still got to fight for it. They've got 2 minutes. What do they have to say? Couple whiffs and a save on the goal line will deprive Manzana of bringing it back level.
Oh, flip reset almost kept the offense alive here, but I think Bambi will be able to clear this one out. J-Russ, a very aggressive challenge, but that's part of the issue we're seeing right now. They're just going for the ball on repeat, and it's not working out. All it's really doing is leaving themselves exposed. Maybe they can do something spectacular here, but it's just not working. Usually, I'm a bit critical of the armchair analysts we have in chat, but I gotta give credit to Chill Cat Dad here, saying the best way possible. Manzana is tethered to the ball. They are weak to switches, and that's exactly what it is. Manzana, rather than playing around the ball and playing around each other's rotation, they're all just diving after the ball and hoping that something works out. And when you do that against a team like Accelerate, which have such sturdy rotations, it's never going to work. 70 seconds to go. Manzana need a switch up right now. They need to utilize all 3 players on the pitch. Otherwise, I'm thinking the series is over.
Yeah, they really got to get closer, and that's a good way to do it. That's a chip over the bar to the back post. J-Russ, can they wrap around it? No. J-Bot able to get the clear, and even more so, taking it into the midfield, trying to get a wave dash, but they're going to pay with their life. Now into the air, the ball will go. It's going to go out into the back corner. Luke trying to keep it interesting with a bump play. Tool is ducking underneath, and another clear goes through.
Oh, they're playing so aggressively, but nothing is working out. I don't dislike the bum plays. I don't dislike these aggressive offenses, but you need to show something for it here. At this point, it's been strikeout after strikeout. When are you going to hit a home run, and are you going to have the time to do so? 9th inning, we're heading to the end of this one, and with 20 seconds to go, Manzana might have time for one last offense.
We'll see Luke extend that out one more time. Pinch middle, that's right into J-Russ. It's the air triple, and J-Bot gets the clear. Poyo needs 100, and they need a pass. It's infield again to Luke. Not powerful enough. The roller, the infield. J-Russ backboard. Poyo with the miss, and J-Russ can only do so much. Not able to keep it up. Accelerate going on to day number 2.
Woo! And I gotta say, they earned that spot in day number 2, beyond compare. Yes, Manzana, they played well, but Accelerate, they had an answer for every single response. This is where we talk about, study the textbook, make sure you've got all the answers. Accelerate had a cheat sheet on that one. Every time Manzana were able to make an adjustment, they were able to counter it nearly perfectly. So, well done to Accelerate. Even at the most drastic of moments where you guys look nervous, you were able to turn around and hold your heads above water for that entire series.
And that is tough. That's exactly what it is. It felt like you were treading at times when you're watching some of these teams play. But I have to admit, when Accelerate really figures things out, it is so hard to be able to counter against it. Manzana gets out in a lead multiple times, and Team Accelerate is able to just chip away and say, nope, we understand what we need to do. We need to build it all back. And I think it's nice to be able to, as you said, have that calming presence sometimes, that 4th person in the comms, just to be able to say, hey, it's fine. Be able to bring it all together, and it's just nice to be able to see that Team Accelerate able to bring it home. As you mentioned, one of the most dominant teams in the bubble scene, and even though it took them 5 rounds, they will be moving on.
They're a team that I would say you barely can even classify them as bubble anymore. They basically get 1 game away from RLCS on repeat or make it into RLCS. So we call them the guardians of the bubble scene, so it's only proper that they make it to day number 2. But we're also talking about day number 2. We've got one last person to introduce us before we head on over, bringing back Jolly into the booth, and we got to hear your thoughts, Jolly, because what a series.
Honestly, we have had amazing series all day. This has been incredible. I've been talking with Twitch chat this whole time. And we had 1-3-0 series for the day. That was it. Aside from that, primarily full 5-game series. And that's the greatest part about this AAA Challenger event, whether we're talking about the super event, whether we're talking about the leading events that we have, 3 of them, by the way, where we actually saw Manzana win event number 1 pretty decisively. There's so many mix-ups but we get amazing games. We get bangers all day long, and this isn't where it ends, right? 8 teams fell today, but that also means that 8 teams have moved on. 4 teams will be joining them, the top 2 from the RLCS Winter Major, as well as 2 of the other teams that we have seen previously in these Challenger events. My goodness, guys, though, you didn't get any time to breathe during that matchup, and I'm gonna start with you, Danger Taco. If you have one takeaway from today, one highlight moment, or maybe one team that you're thinking is going to be able to climb the ranks through tomorrow's playoffs, what would that be?
Sorry, I needed to take that in before the answer, because yeah, I agree. It has been kind of wild throughout these days, but
delayed.
now that I am fully oxygenated throughout my body, I will say that the biggest takeaway that I got from these is that I'm a huge fan of Swiss. I think that's the best format. I think at the end of the day, no one complains about the format. Everyone says that unequivocally the teams that get through are going to be the best teams on that day because you had multiple chances, you had so many chances to fail and then rise back up. And so I'm a huge fan of this format, and that's why day number 2 is just going to be nonstop bangers, I think, because we've been able to cut the chaff from the wheat and be able to see who can stand up to those top 4 teams in tomorrow. And I think everyone's looking forward to seeing Oxygen, United, Accrue, and Rogue and see how they fare off against these top 8.
You know, you say no complaints about the Swiss bracket, but we haven't gotten to the point of a reset just yet. That opportunity is going to come through tomorrow, and that's apparently where the confusion lies. As you say, no complaints. You can never count out Twitch chat. Okay, I'm not going to lie here. But I do want to get some final thoughts here before we close things out about how the day went for you. Fast from the past, of course, you were only here for the last couple of series. Danger Taco was along for the ride the entire time. So what are your takeaways, and who do you expect to see at the top of the leaderboards taking home the big bucks tomorrow?
So, I will say this. I do see this being a very close contest. I don't think any team that's walking into tomorrow is just going to get blown out of the water. Even though we've got a lot of big teams, obviously Oxygen and Rogue dropping into this is going to make it a little bit more difficult, but I'm not actually focusing on the teams that make a bye. I'm focusing on XSET, because XSET today have officially announced they picked up Rapid as their new third. It's now JPow, Percy, and Rapid. And listen, obviously today, taking a 3-0 is an impressive result. It's more, for me, the fact that they take a 3-0 and the teams they do it over. NXT have been another Guardians of the Bubble scene for so long, and although it does go to Game 5, taking them down is no small feat. Taking down Torrent, even if they are with Dapper, no small feat as well. So this is one of these things where I think the eyes are on XSET. They have proven that they're going to be a contender, but how far does that extend? Can they win an event like this over the rest of the competition? I'd like to think so, but they really have to pull out all the stops tomorrow.
All right, well, it does look like we are going to have to wrap things up. And, of course, tomorrow it does start at the same time, 1 p.m. That is Eastern time for all of you guys on the West Coast. You're looking at 9 o'clock in the morning if you want to tune into the start of those games, but another 5-series breakdown for that. And, again, that's the end-all, be-all for the super event number 1. We'll have more coming up, so stay tuned. Make sure to follow the channel if you haven't already. Thank you to everyone who came in and watched our broadcast today, the players that showed up. We couldn't do this without you, and of course, thank you to production on the backside of things for making this a nice, clean, crisp broadcast. We will be seeing y'all tomorrow for the end results of the AAA Challenger Series super event number 1. Have a good one.
Oh.
All right. Get it, mate. Do the two of you together. I love listening to the two of you together. You bring so much energy to the night.
Thank you.
Oh, I actually like throughout that game.